Good morning and thank you for joining us. Council is about to meet in closed session. For those watching on YouTube, we will move back to open session as soon as closed session is over. At this time, Council will need to pass the following resolution that the Council of the Township of Woolwich convenes in closed session on Thursday, January 23rd, 2025 at 9 a.m. in accordance with Section 239 of the Municipal Act for the purposes of considering the following: personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, a staffing matter, personal matters, and a second staffing matter, and the purpose of educating or training members on water and wastewater rates training. Moved by Councillor Bryant, second Councillor Grant. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Meet, can you stop the live stream now, please? Good morning and welcome to the Township of Woolwich Special Council Budget Meeting on January 23rd, 2025. We welcome everyone attending in person or watching via our YouTube channel. Start with roll call for the benefit of the public watching. I'm Mayor Shantz. I'm present and chairing this meeting. Councillor Bryant. Present. She's present. Councillor Burgess.
Present.
Councillor Cadeau.
Present.
Councillor Grant. Present. Councillor Schwint.
Present.
Thank you. Before we begin, we need to pass a motion to reconvene in open session. Councillor Grant, Councillor Burgess, all those in favor? That is carried. I acknowledge the land on which we live has been here from time immemorial and that Indigenous people have lived here from time immemorial. And I thank the Chinatan, also called the Attawandaron, the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee people who have lived here and cared for this land and who continue to share and steward this land with us. May we together learn to care for each other, our flora and fauna, and the land that sustains us. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. We're going to start our budget meeting today looking at the proposed utility rates, and then we're going to take a break for lunch because we've been in meetings all morning and we don't want to get hangry. So we'll start with Director Lynn to talk about the proposed utility rates.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz, and through you to members of council. I'm here to propose the water and wastewater utility rates for 2025. I have a few brief slides here that'll help you understand and explain the proposed rates. Just to remind council that normally we propose the utility rates after the budget process. So understanding that this is a little bit different from the norm that we're interjecting the utility rate presentation, but because council is aware of our current deficit situation, and there's been a lot of discussion around utility rates in particular this year, we thought it best to accelerate the presentation of our proposed 2025 rates, but we're not asking for you to decide the rates today. We'll be bringing back this discussion on February 5th for the council meeting to actually discuss, deliberate, and decide on the utility rates. But this provides you with an opportunity early on to discuss, deliberate, and digest the proposed rates and ask any questions, and for members of the public to understand this in advance. So these slides are essentially going through how we set our utility rates and how we arrived at the proposed 2025 rates. So to remind council, our current rates are $2.11 per cubic meter. These are volumetric rates. And we also have $3.39 for our sewer charges. These are also volumetric rates. In addition to this, we have $26 bi-monthly for both water and wastewater, and that's a fixed charge that's charged regardless of consumption. You'll notice here, and the next slide will show that our sewer charges or wastewater charges are much higher than our water charges, and that's a bit of a nuance in our system. So this is how we compare to some of our comparators. So we're a little bit above average on our utility charges, where our tax rates are on the left side of this. Our utility rates are more on the higher end of things. And just as I mentioned in the previous slide, we have a much higher sewer charge than we do on our water charge. So the gray bar is the wastewater charge. And you can see other municipalities generally have a lower charge related to sewer, but we have a higher proportion of the overall rate is related to sewer. And we've also seen that in our deficits, in our operating deficits that's being reported to council, that the water program is kind of more contained, where the wastewater program is experiencing higher deficits. So just walking you through very briefly on how we calculate our utility rates. So there's a model that we essentially devised to calculate rates, very similar to how we set our tax rates. But essentially, we take the regional wholesale rate, which is what the region charges us for both water and wastewater delivery and treatment. So we take the regional wholesale rates, we add in our direct costs related to salaries and materials and those kind of things. We add a proportion of indirect costs, which are non-direct costs for things like the finance and billing and counsel and clerks and HR and all of those kind of things. We also have an amount that we put towards a reserve contribution, which is that fixed rate that we talked about earlier. And we divide all of this divided by the actual consumption. And that consumption, budgeted consumption number, sets the utility rate. So we have the total costs on the top side, and then on the bottom side, we have the consumption rate. So both impact the rates, or the costs, and then also the denominator, the consumption. I won't spend too much time on this, but essentially this just outlines what those direct costs are, just to give you an example. And this is what you'll actually see in the budget in your report. Most of these are these direct costs, which are our staff, which are water and wastewater operators, our water and wastewater supervisor. A portion of the manager of operations is charged to the utility accounts. We have a billing collection clerk. In 2025, we've allocated 30% of the manager of revenue to account for her time and energy that oversees the utility program. We also have equipment costs related to usage of different equipment that gets allocated to that water and wastewater program. And then we have the usual purchase goods and services, materials, chemicals, contracts, all the work that's just required to keep the system functioning. In addition, we have indirect costs or overhead costs that we allocate to each of these service areas. So previously we had a $200,000 base rate. $120,000 was charged to water, $80,000 was charged to wastewater. I'm not really sure why there's a difference between that allocation, but it was just a flat amount that didn't really have a good rationale for that allocation. We just kind of picked a cost to allocate towards the water and wastewater budgets. And in recent years, we have inflated it a little bit. So now instead of 200,000, it's at $216,000. As I mentioned, there was no previous basis or allocation model for this. It was just a number that we picked that we thought was reasonable. So in 2025, we did perform a more in-depth allocation based on headcount. We took all of the costs and we divided it by the number of employees for each division. And that's how you will come to find the $107,000 that was taken from the tax-supported budget and allocated to the utility-supported budget. It was based on an analysis that was performed based on headcount. And it's a much more defensible way. Also, as those costs change, that utility or the overhead allocation will also change. And then finally, the last component is the reserve contributions. So that fixed charge that I mentioned, the $26, and it changes by meter size, depending on the size of the meter. That goes to support our capital program. And it hasn't really increased since 2006, since our original rate study, and our new rate study recommended that rather than keep a flat rate, that rate be indexed in line with what their recommendations are for the long-term capital plan. And I believe just off the top of my head, it's around 6.3% and 10.2% for water and 10.2% for wastewater. I do have the actual numbers in a future slide, but essentially it recommends increasing those reserve contributions to keep pace with inflation in those costs. One of the items this year that council be aware of is our capital budget or capital reserves for both water and wastewater have been very depleted already through our capital program. And then this year with our operating deficits, since we don't have an operating contingency fund, we essentially have to draw on that capital reserve to fund operating deficits. And that wasn't the intention for that reserve. It was funding our capital program. So what we're recommending in this budget is to add $100,000 for each of the water and wastewater budgets to establish a water and wastewater contingency reserve. So in case of operating deficits, we don't have to necessarily draw from the capital program. And so the last piece I just want to talk about a little bit, back to that model I looked at the first slide, is so those are all the costs. And then what we do is divide it by the consumption amount. So this slide shows the total utility consumption on the wastewater side is on the left and the water side is on the right. So the blue bars are the regional charge, and the more colored bar, the orange and the green bar, are our township revenue billing. And this is based on our 2024 analysis. So on the water side, you can see there's a small discrepancy between what the region bills us and what we're charging or our customers, or what we're collecting in revenue. But on the wastewater side, you can see there's quite a discrepancy between what the region is charging us for wholesale wastewater treatment and what we're collecting or charging our residents for wastewater charges, essentially. So if you think of it as a pie, like that blue bar is the full pie, and then we get a lot of individual slices and to come back to, and we never actually make us whole. There's a gap in the consumption piece, that if we were collecting that revenue, I believe that our deficits, we wouldn't be experiencing those deficits. So the deficit is really driven not by the cost side, it's the revenue side, where essentially we're not collecting enough revenue that we should be compared to what the region is billing us. So we have made this kind of a high priority item. Staff have made this a high priority item, understanding the current deficits. So I believe we have a greater understanding now of this costing model. We validated and improved that overhead cost allocation and understood that the cost side of things are generally in line with what we expect. We have identified it's really on the revenue side and the consumption side. And we've already identified a number of large industrial users that we previously had very low reads, and we billed them. We billed for auto flusher issues that we had in the past that we've caught up for this year. And we've added meters to township assets wherever we could. And that includes things like splash pads or our own facilities that may not have had water meters in the past. And we've also convened an internal working group to discuss some of these discrepancies to make it kind of more of a higher priority. So with that, again, this is just context for what the proposed 2025 utility rates are. So it includes that regional wholesale increase. So the region have charged us an additional 5.4% for water and 6.4% for wastewater. We've had minor inflationary increases in those direct costs related to materials and staffing. We've increased that overhead allocation that I went through. It's a total of $107,000, but it's around $53,000 for each of the water and wastewater pieces. That fixed reserve contribution has been indexed related to the BMA proposed rates, which was 6.3% and 10.2%. Another item that we've actually added to the budget is the meter replacement costs. So we're developing a meter replacement program, which should help with meter reads and hopefully collecting more of that revenue. So that cost is built into the budget, which is built into the rates. I mentioned the operating stabilization, which is $100,000 for each of the water and wastewater pieces to establish an operating reserve if we do have some of this work. But I suppose one of my main messages to council is I believe we're going to be setting responsible rates, and you'll see those in a second. But there's much more work and analysis to do in order to identify that revenue and that consumption issue, and that work's going to be undertaken in 2025. So the proposed volumetric rates, we're currently at $2.11 on water. We're going up to $2.27. It's about a 16-cent change on average. So that's a 7.6% increase on the water side. On the sewer side, we've gone up to 33 cents, and that represents a 9.7% increase on the volumetric side. And again, to remind council, this is very much in line with what BMA proposed in their initial water and wastewater study. So those numbers, I believe, are very responsible based on our costing methodology. And our reserve side, we're going from a fixed rate of $26 that hasn't changed in many years. We're going up $1.64 on the water side and $2.65 on the wastewater side. And those increases are directly in line with what the BMA water wastewater study suggested to fund our long-term capital program. So that percentage increase is taken right out of the BMA report outlining our future capital needs. So combined, if you take the fixed and variable kind of component of that, it's roughly, again, there's different percentages here, but it's roughly a 9% increase in water and a 11.5% increase in sewer combined. The volume amount are smaller, but I want to make sure I'm being transparent and including that fixed component as well. And I believe that these are responsible rates based on the analysis. They will establish an operating contingency. They'll fund our meter replacement program. They'll have a better overhead allocation. But unfortunately, this may not fully solve the other issue related to consumption. That's still work that's ongoing and that we still need to solve. Rates without burdening the ratepayer based on our consumption items. I think once we get the consumption under control, these rates will be reasonable. And as we receive future revenue, we may be able to adjust these rates, smaller increases in future, but these are, again, very much in line with the BMA study, which were around 6.3% for water and around 10.2% for wastewater. We've added a little bit more for contingency and meter replacement, so I do believe that these are responsible rates. And again, I just remind council that these are just the proposed rates, open to any questions, but there'll be more discussion and deliberation on February 4th when we actually finalize these rates. And with that, I'll happy to answer any questions, and the rest of the directors are here as well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Schwint.
Thanks for that. What will the projected reserve fund balances be at the end of 25 then for capital and operating?
Through you, Mayor Shawns, I don't have that right in front of me, but it would be in your package on the water and wastewater reserve balance projection, because we have taken a number of steps, primarily with the pausing of the capital program. So we didn't incorporate these changes into those reserve projections. It was just based on the previous rates, because when we submitted the budget, it was back in December and we hadn't set these rates. So I would say that what you're seeing in your packages on the reserve forecasts and the reserve balances are actually, they would be better than what is proposed here, because we're also pausing the capital program, which is having a beneficial impact on the reserves, and then these will also help contribute to those reserves.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, and thank you for the work bringing this forward, kind of wrap our heads around it. Through you to Director Lynn, you were discussing the need for further analysis, and I'm just wanting to make sure that we have the staff capacity to do this work and that it's not necessarily something that is being put to the side or not being worked on fully. So is the current cohort able to do this work fully, or is there needs for additional resources being dedicated towards this work specifically?
Through you, Mayor Shawns, to Councillor Grant. I'll start, and maybe Director Poupé can add to this as well. I don't believe there's existing resources, at least on the finance side, to do the level of analysis that's required right now. We're firing on all cylinders in finance, but we're very much fully at capacity with our existing work. When items like this come up, we can't dedicate the time, as you can imagine, like going through thousands of accounts and understanding trends would take quite a bit of effort. So we don't currently have capacity. I'm hoping with the proposed senior financial analyst, they could help with these kinds of issues going forward. But that would be more of a monitoring kind of ongoing thing to actually do the level of analysis required. Staff are still going to perform as much work as we can, but we're looking at getting a dedicated temporary contract support position in to look specifically at these consumption related issues, and it's beyond the capacity that we would have currently in-house to do that.
Director Poupé, did you want to add anything?
Through your Mayor Shawns to Councillor Grant. Yeah, I would say somewhat similar in that we don't have a dedicated resource specifically looking at this piece of that. But we do have water wastewater operators, obviously, that do attend various issues as about them. And we have made a concerted effort in that that will be presented to council during the water wastewater budget about meter replacement programming. We're looking to include that. We will be utilizing third-party support to do that work, as well as we are looking to make changes on the development side of things with the installation of meters too. And that's, again, looking to utilize third-party support to do that. That wouldn't be on top of our staff complement.
Follow-up?
Thank you. And just maybe a follow-up, because we were discussing meters. Just how often are meters supposed to be replaced?
Typically, I'd say 15 to 20 years in around that range, I would say. And I think it's important to note as well, just for public, that meters, as they age, they do not speed up, they slow down. So there is obviously an advantage to replacing meters so that we are properly recouping costs associated with usage.
For the meters, do we have a running list essentially of when we know they're coming up for renewal, or is that just sort of as we work piecemeal through the township?
Yeah, so we do track meters. We do generally know the age of meters in the various settlement areas. So that is information we have. We just haven't initiated an annual program. We have over 7,000 meters in the township. We did go through a remote read transition where we were paper reading, and we've transitioned into remote read. So we do have data, better data than we used to, I would say, on the meters. And it's just now initiating a process to then go through and systematically start replacing meters that have reached that age limit.
Would it be possible for the February 4th meeting to have just a rough number of how many are coming up for replacement, or kind of the state of that? So I'm wondering if we have a consumption issue, if part of that issue is that we're not getting a proper read, if we know, say that 25% of the township's meters are coming up to that 15-year replacement. I don't know if it might be beneficial for our just knowledge.
Yeah, I think we could definitely get a ballpark number. We won't be, I think it's important to understand that this is a multi-year program. You won't be able to replace all of the aged meters out, but we would start likely either in a settlement or a priority area that we deem, but we should be able to present that information at that time, yeah.
Thanks. Councillor Kiddo.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to Director Poupet. We know inflow and infiltration, especially from private property sources, remains problematic for our wastewater system. So what's the plan to locate faulty laterals, illegal stormwater connections, improperly directed downspouts, and other compliance issues?
Yeah, through Mayor Shantz to Councillor Cadeau. I&I is a problem that all municipalities face, obviously. It is a challenge too in Woolwich. We don't have dedicated resource, again, another challenge, but what Woolwich has been very good at is monitoring the I&I problem. And over the last, I would say, at least 5 to 8 years, we've been making a concerted effort for doing a lining program. We've done smoke testing and various I&I investigations in both St. Jacobs and Breslau. We have put a concerted effort into lining a lot of the systems in Breslau, namely the trunk sewers and so forth too. And in St. Jacobs, there is a program underway right now that the council had endorsed, and we're looking to wrap that up this year. Those obviously have a benefit to that, as you don't want to be treating clean water. You want to make sure you're treating waste only. But there is issues where we will have sump pumps discharging directly into the wastewater system instead of storm or outside. Those are more challenging to find. We typically do CCTV video inspections to determine if we have issues, and that's how we come across St. Jacobs. That work is proposed now in Elmira. That is our next hotspot, and it's not to say we've resolved all of our issues in the other settlements, but we've gotten to a place that we can kind of move on to the next hotspot, and that being Elmira. So we're going to spend some time this year doing CCTV inspections, doing some smoke testing, and to try to find some of the low-hanging fruit areas. If anybody has a roof water leader that is directly discharging into the wastewater system, again, that costs everyone. I think that's an important piece. We also know that it may not be simple for some homeowners, depending on the situation, to simply remove a sump pump and discharge it somewhere else, but it is in contravention of a bylaw. So there would be discussions that would need to be had with staff depending on circumstances too. So some will be very easy to rectify, some may be more challenging to rectify, and may potentially involve additional capital investment in the form of an outlet, some form to a storm sewer system that's more appropriate. So there is a lot in there, but I think that this year we're going to do a good job of exploring Elmira and finding where some of those hotspots are, and then looking to address those in future capital years.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the recommendation here is really just to put this on the table and get any questions that we have that need to be brought back on February 4th, and we'll deal with it on February 4th. So I think now we'll take a break for lunch. Half an hour-ish. How long do you want? Till 12:40? Yeah. Okay. Do I need to do anything else? Okay, we'll come back 12:40 and carry on. Thanks. Okay, thanks. And we are back to our 2025 budget. And we're going to start with Director Poupey, or no, Director Lynn, please.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz, and through you to council. Before we begin budget deliberations, there's a couple items I need to bring to council's attention. This was discovered on the budget deliberation night that we had just last Tuesday on the 21st, that when we were looking at removing, as council will recall, you removed the traffic technician from the budget. So as we were making the adjustments to the budget to reflect that decision, we noticed some irregularities or some discrepancies in the infrastructure services budget. So what we realized is that the positions that were under discussion and deliberation were not actually added into the base of the budget. And I'll share my screen to hopefully provide you and the public with a little bit more detail on what the issue is here. So I've handed out the hard copies to the members present here, but also if anyone's watching on the live stream. So there's 3 positions that are under discussion or deliberation here that are affected by this. So the first is the manager of engineering position. So originally reported it was removed from the budget. So that would have assumed that it was in the base, but it was removed from the budget. But it wasn't actually included in the base, so it wasn't actually, we couldn't actually remove it from the budget. So essentially we need to add 72,779 in costs back into the budget in order to get back to the base budget that we had presented. So in the screen that I'm showing here and on the worksheets you have here, what I've done is added the manager of engineering position back in. We had already listed on there to remove it, but that does have an increase to the tax rate of roughly 0.45%. The second item, the traffic technician that was discussed on Tuesday. As council will recall, you voted against the traffic technician. So that was on the other list because again, it was assumed that it was already included in the base budget. And so removing that position would have had a tax rate increase. Unfortunately, again, it wasn't included in the base budget. So we had to add back the traffic technician into the budget, which is a $90,000 roughly increase. But since council removed it, it's out of the budget again. But unfortunately, then those savings can't be redirected either to a reserve fund or to the tax increase. It's just out of the budget. So essentially there's no impact, but there's no savings related to that position as well. And then the last item here on the list is the operations supervisor position. Again, since it wasn't included in the base salary budget, in the salary budget that was presented, again, it was assumed that was already included there. For council's discussion and deliberation, in order to remove it or potentially remove it or discuss it and deliberate it, I need to add it back into the budget. So it's being added back in at a net cost of $56,000, and that has a 0.35% tax increase. So unfortunately, where we were at with the 7.5% increase with these additions, with the manager of engineering increasing, we're at 8.3%. So there needs to be a reduction to get back to the 7.5% reduction. I'm going to hand it over to Director Poupey, who has been working diligently to identify areas which could mitigate these impacts, and he can go through some of the specifics. But as council will know, there's a long list in front of you of potential reductions. So I would just think, as bad news as this information is, take it under consideration when considering the entire budget, and you can add and remove items as you suggest here to bring down that tax rate. And we'll be keeping a running total to let you know kind of where we are with some of these changes. So we'll just, with that, I'll just hand it over maybe to Director Poupey.
Okay, before Director Poupey jumps in, I'll just say thank you to to all of you for catching this when you did and for working really diligently to bring it to our attention and to bring us some solutions to move forward. So thank you very much for that work, Director Poupé.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Shantz, to council, it is unfortunate, but you're right, the silver lining is that it was caught in time before any of this, so that is the good news. It obviously comes from the infrastructure services budget, the 3 positions identified. The first position with the manager of engineering was a cut. It made the cut list at senior management, and that's why it was added in. Unfortunately, it wasn't accounted for properly. So I take responsibility for the positions and the way they were accounted. What's important for council to understand is that the department has come up with a way that we can address those deficiencies so that there is a net zero impact to the percentage being presented. So I think that's important for both council and the public, that the proposal here, and again, it's for council deliberation, we'll see a net zero. So we're still at the 7.5 base, and the way we're going to get there is via this proposal. So what we need to account for is the manager of engineering levy component and the project operations project supervisor levy component today, and those components, the $128,000 that needs to be accounted for in order to insert the operations project supervisor. So let's be clear that that is a request of the department. That is an important request of the department for the operations project supervisor. And how we're going to accomplish that is the simplest way to deal with that is to look at the capital budget. And there are 2 items that we are focused on. One is the George Street and High Street and Charles Street reconstruction. It's an active reconstruction project. There is $75,000 contained in the 2025 budget for that work. It is being funded from infrastructure reserve, which is levy dollars. And we are proposing to reduce that $75 by $28,000. And that would mean $47,000. And why we are okay with doing that and say that that is preferred is because at the time we budget, work is already occurring. So all the project managers need to get budget numbers finalized well before this date and time. It is at some point last year that we need to get that in there. And we put our best guess on what work we think we're going to be able to accomplish in the calendar year versus what work needs to be carried over. And what I can report is that more work was done in 2024. So that's the good news story. So essentially what that meant is 75, let's say if this issue hadn't have raised its head, there would have still been $75,000 in there. And that simply would have just been gone into the infrastructure reserve, which I think council has been focused on wanting to build up the reserve. That's what would have happened. We're now reducing that and going to be more closely in line with what we need to spend in 2025. So for the $100,000, we're proposing to remove Sunset Drive, the maintenance paving roadway that is identified as $100,000 in the program. And again, why staff are proposing to remove maintenance paving, just to remind council and the public, a maintenance paving roadway is essentially a holding strategy that the township utilizes when a roadway is what we consider to be a now need. A now need is a roadway that has already reached its useful life. It's shown distresses, the structural adequacy is insufficient. So in our world, there is really no cost benefit whether we address a now need road today or wait. It's already reached its useful life. The concern is not addressing roadways at the proper time, and our motto is keep the good roads good. Spending the right dollar at the right time maximizes your investment and its useful life. That is an important asset management principle and very important when it comes to roads, and hence why we do crack sealing to ensure that water doesn't get into the road and ensure that longevity. If we didn't do anything and simply paved a road and then waited for it to deteriorate, we wouldn't see its useful life, and it would cost us 3, 4, 5 times more than what it should. So I think that's an important piece here. We are not intending to compromise the keeping the good roads good capital hot mix program. That is remaining intact. We are simply not looking to do Sunset Drive, which is already a now need. However, as often happens, we do plan to tender our paving program early this year, and there may be an opportunity, depending on what prices we receive, to reinsert Sunset Drive. So we would maintain the hot mix capital program line item, then budget item, and then go out to tender. And if the prices come back favorable and there's more room in there, then we would look to include it. So I think that's a message for council. That then addresses both the manager of engineering piece that should have been accounted for and now will be properly accounted for, and it includes the operations project supervisor. The operations project supervisor is to be funded 70% from levy and 15% from water and 15% from sewer. That will be presented on February 4th, right? So that is important for council. We will address that, and that's properly accounted for when that gets presented February 4th. So that piece is sort of compartmentalized until that conversation. The piece that we're proposing council can address as well is the $90,000 associated with the engineering traffic technician position. I think council signaled that is not something that they're likely to endorse. And there was talk that 90,000 would simply then just be rolled up into the reserve and you'd have some monies toward a reserve. That currently doesn't exist. If that is council's desire that they want to see that 90,000 back in, then the department could further look to reduce a couple of budget items in the operating account to make that 90,000 work. We would reduce, there is another, and not to confuse anybody, but there's another maintenance paving line item in the operating account. That's on page 240, PDF page 240 in the package from January 7th. And that shows $55,000. We would reduce that down to 30,000. So we would reduce $25,000 off of that. And then we would take the remainder and further reduce the gravel resurfacing, which would be on page 243. And again, that's PDF page 243 of the package from January 7th. Already, the loose top program is underfunded by a significant dollar amount. The road needs study says that we should be contributing about 1.2 million, and we are typically in around just north or just south, sorry, of around 400,000 annually. So significant reduction. It really doesn't impact the level of service, I would say, has been provided to those in the gravel area, in the rural area. So it's just simply a further reduction, but it still is in line with what we have been doing in the past. So I think that's important to note. We haven't been spending sufficient dollars, but there wouldn't really be a quote unquote reduction of service if that was to happen. But that would allow the department to get us back whole, we'll say, and what we've been talking about to date. So it's an unfortunate situation, but that is a way that the department can manage the error.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Schwint?
Yep, thanks, and appreciate the quick thinking and work to come up with a possible solution. Looking at it though, all the solution involves reductions in capital spending. So it's a fix for 2025. It's not a fix for any subsequent year. We just have to face the problem again next year. Any comments on that?
Yeah, through Mayor Shots to Councillor Schwint. So I think, and again, there's pros and cons to every process, but the way that Woolwich is budgeting capital, it's really a one-year capital budget. There's not a long-term capital program in place. What that does allow you to do is be a bit reactive and a little more flexible at times. And this is one of those situations because every year we are going in and looking at that year fresh. There's opportunities there. We do divvy up infrastructure reserve between departments, and every year departments are bringing forward their priority programming. And so there's always a bit of an up and down on the capital side of things. So we don't see this as incredibly detrimental to the overall capital program by addressing it in this particular year, and then obviously next year. And we are looking to, assuming too that council is supportive of some of the staff requests, that we can move more into a long-term planning picture process. And that would have reserves in there for such things as errors or up and down and fluctuations in market and all kinds of things. That's where I think the township is struggling right now, is we're precarious in the sense that we've kind of depleted a number of those areas and we don't have that flexibility. So what I'm trying to say is that we still have the ability to deal with this particular error. Going forward, we're looking to improve that process to not find ourselves here. But to Councillor Schwint's point, we don't see this as a significant impact to the capital program.
Anyone else? Okay, this isn't necessarily specific. It's sort of, it's a side, side question. Often when we look for funding for projects from other levels of government, they want shovel. So, and that's not necessarily this particular issue, but in general, do we have shovel-ready programs, infrastructure programs that if money becomes available, we can put them forward rather quickly?
Through you, Mayor, to council, I would say our shovel-ready area that we're working on, I think that's a challenge region-wide. I think that's been a bit of a knock on the region over time. But there's a significant concerted effort, and you can see that in this budget, in this capital program, the East Side Lands in Breslau, the opportunities that affords, not only Woolwich, but also Cambridge, Kitchener, and the region as a whole is incredible. I think it's up there on the stage in the entire province, but that is where we're focusing. So by us implementing the engineering work, we've gone through an environmental assessment for servicing. That is critically important. Once you've established servicing routes and corridors, that's when development can occur properly and doesn't have to be in piecemeal. So that is our plan, and that is our focus is in the East Side Lands of Breslau for Woolwich is being shovel ready.
So if we are able to get funds for any of those projects, does that impact our infrastructure reserves or other reserves in any positive way?
Yeah, I think, and I think it's probably, I'd take a stab at it, and Director Lynn can comment too. So it's a couple issues. We talk about affordability is one issue, and development charges. So where the township is, we've just gone through a development charges background study that council endorsed in 2024. That set the stage for a lot of these growth-related programming. Where we really could use support from upper government funding is an immediate injection, and that allows us to cash flow essentially to be able to do some of these things sooner. We could with development charges. Obviously, you need development to occur to build up that bank and that reserve. We do have monies in there for certain asset types. But some of the areas where we're deficient would be in the sewer and water side of things, and the development side of things. So any injection from the upper government funding could help for sure. There would obviously have to be financial analysis to look long term. What does that involve? What is that application, or what does that funding look like? But the idea being that the upper government funding could help with affordability as well, as it's a direct reduction to the development charges piece, right? That's where municipalities struggle inherently. You have development charges to pay for development. That's the plan. But, and that's what we hear at times from developers, because that cost inherently gets paid, carried on down to the property purchaser. So any injection from upper governments can reduce that charge and hopefully create some affordability.
Thanks.
Through you, Mayor Shantz, just to add some of my perspective, just from the financial lens. So that shovel ready and kind of long-term capital plan and the upper government funding is an issue that all municipalities are struggling with. So one of the things I've seen to try to accommodate that is, again, that long-term capital plan, understanding what are your capital needs, what are your true infrastructure renewal needs, and then showing like the amount of funding that you're doing right now, meeting a certain criteria or a certain threshold for that criteria in order to just accommodate the available funding right now. But what it's called is kind of having below the line projects, meaning these aren't projects that are funded currently, but if we had the funding available, we would do the design work and everything else ahead of time, because it's usually design and then construction. You do the design work ahead of time. And so you know right away that if you got X number of dollars of funding, you would just move that now above the line, and you essentially have a shadow budget prepared alongside your funded. Don't have that kind of level of sophistication with the budgeting piece, but that's kind of what I'd be working towards. With the actual upper government funding, there's two components that I've seen also in my experience. Is there's something also known as like displacement, and there was certain grants that specifically said that you can't displace already allocated funds for your capital program. So what they want the grant to do is just to do something net new. They don't want you to come in and get the upper government funding and now you're saving the money that the township has allocated. They want you to do something over and above that you never would have done if you didn't get that funding. So sometimes it's not a great, we're getting the funding now, we're getting the infrastructure savings. They want something over and above what you were already planning on doing. And just the last piece I'll just mention for context is a lot of these grants sometimes are also for growth related projects. So Breslau is, the Breslau servicing is obviously like a big issue. So a lot of those projects we charge developers for. So we go out, we say, these are our capital needs. This is the units you want to develop. And we collect that money from developers. If the government all of a sudden came in with a grant to displace some of that development charge money, we're required by the Development Charges Act to take that into consideration to calculate the rate. So it essentially saves the developer money that they don't have to contribute as much, and now the government's contributing as much, but it doesn't necessarily save us in some of those things, unless it's something specifically related to a renewal related project that we would fund through infrastructure service renewal reserves. So it depends on the grant sometimes, and they have their ways to make it benefit them rather than the municipal taxpayer.
Thank you. That's helpful. I just wanted to make sure that we had all those pieces in context as we're talking about reserves and levy increase and all those pieces together. Other questions? So I guess based on what you just presented, we're at an operating levy of 8.3%. And then what Director Poupey explained, we could get the operating levy back down to 7.5%. Still affects what we have left over, if you will, to go into reserves.
And through you, Mayor Sean, just one quick point of clarification. That is absolutely correct, but if I caught, Director Poupey also said towards the end, he could also find an additional 90,000 to replace the loss kind of tax rate deduction from the traffic technician, to even, because what we were sitting at was somewhere around 6.9%. So the first batch of proposals that Director Poupey was proposing would take us back down to the 7.5%, make us whole. But if we wanted to go even further and have the cost of that reduction, he had alternate solutions to get us even further down below that.
Thank you for that reminder. Thanks. I'll go over here first if you, yeah, Director Cadeau. I'm getting
Sure, let's do that.
councilors mixed up all over the place.
Through you, I really appreciate the solution-oriented approach to this. I think that I would be concerned kind of cutting further because a lot of these cuts, well, all of these cuts came from infrastructure services budget. I think that if we are to look further, I would like to see what other directors may be able to bring to the table in terms of cuts, given that we are above the 7.5, which was the target. So I guess this question is for each director. If exercise to Director Poupey, what would you be looking at?
Who wants to start with that one? Director Lynn, you're brave.
Maybe I'll start through you, Mayor Shantz, to Councillor Cadeau. It helps being on the finance side where we're probably the smallest department, so we probably feel the least amount of pain. So there's not a lot of areas, to be fair, that we could really cut. Most of our budget is really just the staffing piece. But the first thing I would say, just as a global thing or a global comment, is the 2.5% list, the attachment 5 list. Staff have prepared some kind of a list, so we're not completely doing this on the spot kind of thing, that we've already kind of gone through a little bit of this exercise. So I'm sure most of them will speak to this list in particular, and maybe there are some additional items. But from a finance perspective, one of the items on the list was the increase in investment revenue. So increasing that by 50,000. So I made $100,000 reduction in investment revenue. I could add back potentially in another 50,000. It's really a risk and not really sure exactly where interest rates are going to go. We'd be cutting it pretty tight, but I would feel comfortable doing it at least for a single year and see where interest rates go. Wherever, if we get additional investment income, that's great, and we'll be on budget. And if we're below that, it's just a risk really, but that could be something that could help offset that. And that's why I did include that on the that attachment 5 list. And that would save $50,000 or 0.31% of the tax rate increase.
Thank you.
I'll go next. Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor, to council. So RCS had or has a significant number of options that are on the 2.5 cut list, and we're happy to speak to those. So between last night when we were made aware of kind of the issues that were being brought forward today, we kind of looked at our revenues at year end, because things do change from September to December in terms of where things end. So we have about $50,000 in cuts. Some of them are incorporated in the 2.5 list, and we have a few others. So we'd be happy to share those. Basically, primarily, there are increased revenues based on year-on actuals. So maybe we underestimated some of those revenues. We had a reduction in parks part-time staff at 5,000, and we would increase that to 10,000 to help augment. So that's primarily where we are, is pressing revenues a little bit further to help, and then some reductions in part-time staffing to assist. And happy to provide specific detail if that's helpful. Okay.
Anyone else want to jump in? Or-
Sorry, I'll jump in there.
sorry.
Part-time wages, the daytime operating hour reduction, what would that look like? What are the hours now and what would they be reduced to?
Yeah, I think in that facility, we probably look to reduce daytime hours by around 5 hours a week. Yeah, or one day or something, yes.
And what would that look like in terms of service or for the public?
Well, we increase those hours based on the library being open in that facility. You know, the rentals are increasing and the rentals are done out of that facility. And then in the daytime, with the splash pad wanting to have the facility open more so people could access washrooms, and that there was, you know, a little bit more cleaning and things going on. So it would just be a little bit of a reduction in those daytime hours.
Councillor Grant.
Yeah, just to follow up to that if we're looking at the reduction of operation hours, one of the other options on this attachment 5 was reduce splash pad hours by 10%. Would that maybe be something that could go hand in hand? And because we just had this conversation about water and wastewater, would that impact water and wastewater in any way?
2 comments. So I would say that in terms of the splash pad, we've accommodated a 5% increase, not a 10%. So, you know, we'll already be struggling to meet that budget line. So a small reduction would be helpful. I think that you're looking at that particular facility as well last night, that I think we could push revenues for program registrations by 5,000 to help as well.
I mean, I can't support reducing splash pad hours. Some are short. If we've got the capital infrastructure there, you want it used then. So 6 hours for a few $1,000s, to me, that's a good return on investment overall. I'm curious about hearing the program revenue going up. I think there's opportunities there. I also believe we should be pushing harder in the budget line on revenue for ink board advertising and the ice rates. That could make a difference.
Ms. MacArthur,
Direct you to council. Yeah, so I would say that we could increase program registration revenue by 5,000 at the BCC. I think at this time we'd be comfortable with increasing revenues at the WMC by 10,000. Whether that's, yeah.
So 50,000 in total in revenues.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's program revenue, the additional money for ink boards as well. 10.
Through Madam Mayor to council, I would say maybe not necessarily just rink boards, but I think we have another couple of concepts that we want to explore that would introduce new revenue to the WMC.
That was in the 10,000 that you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that this is all kind of, you know, aspirational, I suppose.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I do want to mention another thing that when I was really looking through all the GLs last night, that I did miss $13,000 in revenue at the library. That's a revenue that we recapture. So that would be something else that we would look to help bring down the levy. 13,005.
Is someone keeping track of this? Richard, thank you. Okay. And will you be able to put that up on the screen for us at some point this afternoon? Thanks. Excellent. Counselor Bryant.
Could we look at reducing the climate action levy back to 2023 levies? That's $100,000 right there.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to council. I think that, while we recognize the importance of the reason behind the climate action levy, I think that we could support the reduction for 1 year, recognizing that that plan is going to come before council in June. And I think that's really going to line out the steps of some of the initiatives that are coming forward and have those costs associated. So while we know this year maybe we're okay with the levy that we're at, but in 2026 we may come forward. Maybe it's more asked depending on what those initiatives look like, whether it's a introduction of solar panels or some other initiatives. So I think that we could support some reduction in 2025.
We still have, I mean, that is one of our reserves that has a significant balance in it. So in terms of sort of redirecting some of these to one of the reserves that is short. Yeah. Councillor Cadeau.
What is the balance of that reserve and how much are we contributing, not in a percentage, but in an actual value per year?
I didn't ask for percentages because I only have numbers and I'm not a mathematician, so. So I would say with proposed transfer to reserve in 2025, the balance would be 776,000. Take then 2025 expenses, so that's capital expenditures, administrative, action events, any capital expenses, so that heat pumps and the hot water tank replacement, those totals for 2025 are estimated at 350,000. So the balance with the proposed transfer would be around just over 420,000. Give or take.
That included, there would still be an amount put into that reserve for 2025, and that was included in your figures, correct?
So correct. In the RCS budget this year, there is a transfer of 336,000. So if we reduced it by 100, it would be 236,000.
Very good.
I didn't even
See,
need a
you are
calculator.
mathematician, right? Councillor Cadeau.
Yeah, I mean, I said it when we had the conversation earlier about this fund that, we paused it this year. We're not increasing it any for valid reason. At the time, I said maybe this is the year we right-size this fund, knowing that $336,000 are going every year to this reserve. I could support maybe looking at reducing that. I would just hate to reduce it by $100,000 just because that's what we increased it last year. At 336, 300 sounds like a nice round number that maybe we could contribute on an annual basis. I'm throwing that out there for discussion.
Discussion on that one? Councillor Schwinn.
Good points, and we're gonna have a climate fund, we need money in it. At the same time, we haven't got a plan. So to put money in for a plan that we don't know yet, I'm struggling with this year because of the way budget is. So I'd rather allocate somewhere else, and then I will be supportive of putting money in the future if there's a good plan that makes sense for the community.
Even without a formal plan, I think one is coming in the spring. We're spending $350,000 out of this reserve this year. So, I mean, progress is being made. Maybe it's not in a strategic way that we have set, but I'd be hesitant to say we're not doing anything. I think that $350,000 is a huge investment that we're making this year. So just kind of putting that out there.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you. Through you to the rest of council, I would agree with Councillor Cadeau. The 360 moving over would essentially offset the work that we had done or would have spent this coming year. So I wouldn't want to see this reduced too much because we do know that there is a plan coming, and I know a lot of future funding for this reserve is contingent on a good solid plan. But regardless of that, we know any sort of work we're gonna do is gonna cost a significant amount of money, so I don't wanna see this reserve not receive some form of bolstering each year. That being said, I would be comfortable with reducing it by 60,000 just to do the 300 across, and then look to other places to make up that shortfall that we have with infrastructures, operation services, or however we want to do it.
David?
Through you, Mayor, to council. I appreciate the fact that when we presented both lists, we presented the recommended list and the not recommended list. But as been acknowledged today, we're in further challenging times. And it's because of that, we have even turned our attention to this list and tried to reevaluate and say, what could make sense under the circumstance that we're at. I fully appreciate the discussion that council is having on both sides of this debate. But at the end of the day, we do find ourselves in unique circumstances. And I do think that council, staff is recommending that council could find their way to some level of reduction, at least a one-time thing is what we're, which is what we're suggesting.
Anything further on that piece? So I've heard reduce the levy on climate action to 100,000. I've heard 60,000. Did I hear something different from you, Councillor Cadeau?
Yeah, maybe a point of clarification. We're sending on an annual basis 336,000. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Shantz, just to be clear, because I think this is a good clarification piece. It's a 1% or a 1% levy. So this is a little bit of a nuance that it's actually part of the levy that we include in the tax rate. So it changes with assessment growth. So it's not a flat contribution. And what Councillor Cadeau was recommending, of maybe we could just do a flat rate, that is something we could move to. There's nothing to stop us from moving to that, because right now it's as part of our levy with assessment growth, it's going to change and fluctuate and grow every year because it's a part of the levy. So we're not looking at a flat rate.
But once it's in there, that amount is in there for that year. So if we were to say we're not doing any change, it would be the same amount as it was last year. So it would, in essence, be a flat rate, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Councillor Burgess.
Through you, Mayor Shantz. I'm gonna kind of steer away a bit, but circle back at the end if I can.
Okay,
On the,
if you're circling back, I think we should fix this so that Richard can make sure he gets it right.
for the greening reserve, we're doing a $25,000 tree giveaway that's coming from there. I know we just had a presentation last week, I think it was. Reforest Woolwich is looking at doing a lot of work both with the municipality and with residents about giving them trees, helping them plant, helping them maintain it. I'm just wondering for this year, should we look at removing that from the fund, leaving that with Reforest Woolwich, and then reevaluating after that?
So are we removing it from the budget this year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Councillor
Councillor Grant.
Director wants to comment on that.
Or- So, yeah, okay.
To you, Mayor Shantz, I'll start, maybe Annie can finish. This is a program that we've had in place for, I think, 3 years now that has been very successful for the township. And I know lined up around the block at the WMC when we're having this giveaway. So it's a very successful program. It's probably the most cost effective for the township to increase our canopy cover, because we purchase the trees and work with Trees for Woolwich in the nursery that we have to essentially give away trees for free, and people plant for them and care for them, and there's no future cost for the township or a burden on future tax levy. So that's the positive. If council would like to explore putting a pause on it for 2025, that's council's an option for council. I would add that that's $20,000 would still obviously still be sitting in the Climate Action Greening Infrastructure Reserve Fund. So there's not going to be an impact to the levy there unless council further wish to reduce that lower than the 300 that's being deliberated.
Did you want to follow up on that?
Sure. Yeah, so I guess where I was going with that is I assume the trees are already being planted by the volunteers or grown in the greenhouse I think we have in town here. So if Reforest Woolwich can already use that, we can still make use of those trees and utilize them. But to that $100,000 deduction in the green levy, basically between right now to keep the fund at the same balance it was last year, it's about 56,000. If you remove the 25,000 for the tree giveaway and then $30,000 for the heat pump, right there's 111,000 that we can keep in the levy. So removing that 100,000, we're still keeping that balance in the reserve.
No. Not completely. I mean, those monies are coming out of the reserve anyway, correct? Or-
Yeah, so right now, if we want to keep the balance of the green levy the same it was last year,
Oh, okay.
right now we're utilizing 100,000 in these 3 projects. So now if we're not doing those projects, we can keep the balance and still take out that 100.
So the philosophical thing we're talking about here is it important for us to keep the balance at, you said it was around 500,000 currently? Ish. Right? That's
440.
That's, yeah. Okay. Did you put your hand up? I sort of saw something peripherally. Okay. Okay, so we've got a few different options here. I guess the question is, what is, I think we all agree that there's an importance in keeping money in the climate action reserve and in putting money into the climate action reserve fund. I think it's important to still have that happening on some level, just so we don't lose sight of it and it kind of fritters away. So we've got 100,000 that's been pushed out. We've got 60,000. We've got an additional 55,000, I think, that you were suggesting that we could look at not spending.
Yeah, the main thing I was just trying to point out is I think the main conversation was we didn't want to decrease the fund. So depending on what we pull from it, we can just kind of keep it the same.
Council?
I support reducing it by 100,000. I don't support canceling the tree giveaway because that's actually one tangible thing we're doing with that fund today. Let's keep on doing it as opposed to have a pot of money which we don't accomplish goals. So that's where I'm thinking right now is.
And the 100,000 isn't coming, well, I guess it's coming out of the reserve, it's coming out of what we would have put into the reserve.
I would agree with Councillor Schwint that I would rather see the reduction than the loss of that program. I think that program is very popular for a reason. And as Councillor Schwint pointed out, it is a tangible thing that we are doing now, and it's engaging our volunteers and our community in that very real, concrete, like problem-solving solutions. So as much as I don't want to see the climate action reserve go further down, I would support a one-time reduction for this year if it's something we need to do.
Of how much?
As much as I wouldn't prefer it, I would, at the end of the day, I think if push comes to shove, I would support the 2023 reduction to that level if we had to.
So I think a motion, and that would be to
Reduce the climate action levy to the 2023 levels, the $100,000. Sorry, got used to this morning and no mics.
yeah.
Reduce the climate action levy to the 2023 level, which was the $100,000.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Counselor Schwint. Further discussion, Counselor Cadeau, you look anxious. to-
Yeah, what is then, if we were to reduce it, what are we going to be contributing this year? What is the dollar value? 236? Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Call the question then. All those in favor? Opposed? So that's carried. Thank you. Okay, anything else? Counselor Schwint.
Can I switch gears a little bit and go over to planning side of things? In the past, we've been spending about $3,000 or $4,000 a year in legal services, enforcement actions, that type of thing. This year, we've got 40,000 in the budget. I struggle with going that far that fast. Enforcement should be the last resort, and to have that big a reserve or budget in these tight times doesn't work for me. Having it down to $10,000 seems a lot more appropriate based on past usage, knowing we've got a couple things that we are working on, but we don't need to have that much and immediately pivot to legal.
Director Freeze.
There we go. Through you, Madam Mayor. So that is in the building legal. We do have a number of enforcement issues that we are working on right now, actively working on. So we do think that those are pretty reasonable expectations based on some very large enforcement projects that we are working on. Some things that have kind of been left to the side and now we're initiating. So I know council knows of those and we can speak of those in closed if you want to talk about specific projects.
Okay, thanks. Anything else? All right. Counselor Cadeau.
Thank you. Just take me a second here to pull up the email that Director Lynn had sent Tuesday evening at 6:31, the 2024 training and development budget and actuals. So thanks very much for putting this together. Council, just for your benefit, there are 20 items on the training list. Our 2024 budget was $193,650 organizationally for training. We spent $160,000 organizationally, so had a surplus of about $33,000, give or take. And I was just wondering, and I would like to hear staff's perspective on this, but could we implement a blanket 10% reduction across the board with the exception of fire? What would implications be for your respective areas if we were to do that?
Director Freeze.
Sure, I can start and the other directors can weigh in. So for the professional positions in the planning department, the planning division, the building division, and the development engineering division, they are required to pay membership fees to maintain their professional memberships, and they're also required to complete so many continuous professional learning units. So in order to complete those units, you need to do professional development and courses in order to keep the status as a professional engineer, professional planner, or a building official. So although like I understand the point to try to cut it, but it does make it very difficult for people to maintain their status as those professional responsibilities unless they take on. Okay.
Director Lynn.
Through you, Mayor Shantz, I'll provide kind of also a more global perspective of this. So I did send this to Councillor Cadeau. There are individual discrepancies, as you can probably see on the list. Part of that savings is council, for example, is $9,000 short there on some of the under budget. So if they were spending up. There's also the Committee of Adjustment, haven't spent anything as part of that training and development. So that's 11,000. Most of the departments I can see are pretty close to budget. So we are spending for the most part a lot of the training and development dollars. I would just echo what Director Free said, that in the finance department, we're required to keep our memberships, and they have membership dues and doing training. We have a very relatively limited amount of training and development, so it's really one course a year kind of thing. But I'll let everyone else talk about their respective areas.
Mr. Brownman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to council. Philosophically, I mean, this has come up at other budget years, and I'll state the same thing. I really would like council to refrain from cutting professional development training. I mean, it is the one area where we're trying to better and invest in staff, through workshops and courses and webinars and other opportunities. To me, there isn't just the mandatory where people have to maintain their professional designations or their certifications. There's the opportunity where, we can better the organization in terms of learning, new initiatives, new areas of expertise, et cetera. And the other thing I would say, based on the time I've had, here, is that, I don't think we've right-sized really as an organization the level that we should be, quite frankly, spending. I think we spend very small dollars, when you look at the size of our corporation, on some of our staff, in terms of hundreds of dollars as opposed to more significant dollars. And I think that's an area where instead of reducing, I'd like to, in the future, try to right size better. But I appreciate the question, but as I said, philosophically, I think it's the one area that we can ensure for fairly decent cost an investment in staff to make the organization better. So this is my philosophical take on things.
If I may, thank you for that. I do appreciate that. And obviously I value training as well. I think my stumbling block comes to the organization's attention to performance development and training. Like, what is the plan? And are we just kind of seeing what's out there and sending our staff because it's convenient, or are we going with a detailed plan of what training is needed to progress people along in the organization?
Yeah, good question through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor. So we've had a long-standing program where, as part of our annual performance management program, there's several components to performance management, and one key component is actually understanding and recognizing where the employee is trying to take themselves in the next 1 to 2, 5, 10 years. And if they're looking, obviously, to invest that time here as well, then there's also a discussion, the annual training and development focus. So as part of the performance management program, it's up to each of the department heads, along with their respective managers and supervisors, to sit down and actually develop a plan in terms of where those energies should be focused, again, in the spirit of bettering them in the right direction in terms of where they should be developing to get to the next level.
Thank you. Just continuing on this, I know Councillor Cadeau said accepting the fire, but I'm wondering if we were to support the training officer role that's in the budget, if we would see a reduction in the training costs there, because I believe, if I remember from previous years, that a lot of the cost was us contracting out to third parties or sending them out to other courses. If we were able to bring this in-house with the training officer.
Through Madam Mayor to Council. Currently, we are starting to eliminate the amount of outside courses we do go to. In conjunction with Wilmot, Wellesley, North Dumfries, we have a training group, and we are running as many classes internally as we can. So the time that's spent on those courses reflects ourselves, like in the dollar for our training, our hours. It's not an added incentive in on top of that. Some of that in that training budget includes, we want to look at getting better mannequins for first aid. We want to get some more training things in so that we can, instead of renting and doing without, we can actually do it in-house more safely.
Thank you. That's a helpful clarification.
I would put to council, we could reduce the council training and development. If you were inclined, that was mostly for AMO, but I know in years gone by, we've had counselors go to different other courses and that piece. So if we could, I think, easily take 6,000 out of that budget. Counselor Cadell.
I would support that. In fact, I'll make a motion to do just that. But I would like to make a second motion to have staff at least match that in some of their areas. So if we were to take off $6,000 from the council budget, could we find another $6,000 throughout the organization?
Okay, further discussion? Did the staff want a chance to speak to that?
Can we get
Or-
clarification on what, like $6,000 from anywhere? or-
Anywhere, out of the training and development.
Yep.
Specifically.
I said my piece. I don't support it.
Yeah, Counselor Burgess and then Counselor Bryant.
Just through you, Mayor Shawns, I would second what Mr. Brenneman's saying, CEO Brenneman, that we're taking on a lot of new roles and junior people coming out of school that training and development is what they need. It's not something I want to be cutting right now for them.
Okay. Counselor Bryant.
I have to agree with Counselor Burgess. I've always been a big ad of training and development. And I think if you start cutting that, you're going to really start hurting your people. And that's in all areas.
Okay. Counselor Schwint.
But have we utilized the budget in the past? I don't, my understanding of the motion, we wouldn't actually lose any training year over year. We'd just not have excess budget. Or maybe, Mr. Benjamin, you can say, would we actually lose training hours based on what you've done previously?
So again, I want to get clarification. Are you talking about yourselves or are you talking about the organization?
Organization, I think.
It hasn't been my experience that we've, lost out. I mean, people try to max out the opportunities that they have, if that's what the question is. I mean, unfortunately now we're looking at dollars and cents. But I think, if we really got into this, we'd have to look at the opportunities that were provided and where the money was spent and what the value was and all of that. So that's the difficulty in budget, in terms of saying, it looks like the numbers could be reduced, but I think Councillor Burgess brings up a good point that I didn't bring up earlier, or no one else did. We have added, staff over the years, and also, we've had discussions with council as well about the importance of, internal promotions or looking internal. And at times that may come with the need for investment and additional training and development. So again, I would agree. I don't think it's the time. It's not something, that I think is necessary. But again, you are the decision makers. And I do think with whether it's the mandatory requirements or the professional designations, or just the fact that we're furthering ourselves, pardon me, and Councillor Cadeau did ask the question, do we have a plan? Yes, we have a plan that each department has to do with respect to their performance management and where the investment is going to happen. So it's not that decisions are being willy-nilly made, pardon the expression. I think there is concrete discussion that happens in developing these plans. So again, as I said earlier, just my take is philosophically, it's one area that I really struggle. I really find it hard to cut in this particular area, but again, at the end of the day, you've got a motion on the floor and we'll see where it goes.
Well, I guess to follow up to understand better what happened last year. Unfortunately, I'm going to pick on Mr. Poupet, but I look at water admin and infrastructure services. There's $21,000 under budget, which is great for our financials. But so it's just an off year, or what do you see different in 25 versus 24?
Yeah, I think there's a few pieces to this. So there is the legislative component for water wastewater operators for a budget like that. I think it's important for council to understand too, and I think this is kind of where we get ourselves into. There's reactionary accounts and proactive accounts, and all of this appreciate. If it's an underspend in a year, that's a surplus, but we've been lacking surpluses because we've been cutting to the bone all the time. So I just wanted to sort of encompass this conversation in some of that too. If we're talking about reducing permanently training, I think I have a concern with that idea. But in this given year, I can tell you that we've accomplished a whole lot of work. I can tell you that we have young staff who absolutely take on lots of training. I can think in the asset management world, for example, there's lots going on there. This year already, I've had a number of staff come and looking at some training courses with some onboarded staff too. So every department does this a little bit differently. I think that's an important piece of that too. I think, from a succession planning perspective, to Councillor Cadeau's comments earlier, that's incredibly difficult without having resourcing and staffing to do. So there isn't, I can speak for my department solely. It's not like I have this training plan for all of the staff, but what I do is have a conversation with every staff every year and say, I encourage you to look at training opportunities that are both going to benefit yourself and the organization. And that's what, depending again on who's in what seat and where they are in their careers, who takes that on. But I can tell you right now, we've got newer staff and they're taking every advantage of that. And we have other people in new roles that are taking advantage of that. So already, I think I've seen requests for almost $15,000 already for some stuff that they're looking at. So that's just, we're not even through budget, but they're already looking at areas for which to train. So I think the point being is there could be an ebb and flow in that training. And if there is an underage in spend, again, that's a reserve piece that gets reallocated in the following year too.
Can I take this in a little bit different direction? So I think if I'm looking at this spreadsheet in particular, the budget was 193,650 and the actuals were 160,029. And so there's almost a $30,000 difference between budget and actuals. So where do we stand? Because I think the numbers I have here are to the end of November. Do we have a better sense of where our year end might land? Will we have any kind of surplus in total? So without looking at specific budgets for specific managers.
Through you, Mayor Shantz, I'll start and maybe defer to Deputy Treasurer Petherick. So just on this, these were the latest figures that we had for 2024. So they're not November figures. They were the most recent ones because it was a specific request from council for these numbers. So we pulled out the latest numbers for the training and development piece. But you're correct, in the actual budget itself, it was only up until November and we still weren't sure. Again, just to highlight, there are different discrepancies within the department here, as been pointed out. Council is very underspent, infrastructure services looks underspent, and there's others that are overspent. Again, for clarification, building, for example, is not tax supported, so cutting the building department's training budget wouldn't necessarily impact the tax rates. Similar thing for development engineering, for example. So just for clarity around that piece. As far as the surplus deficit, and maybe I can hand it over to Richard if he has more information, but we're tracking very close to budget. If anything, I'd say we're maybe going to end in a little bit of a deficit position. And part of the reason too is we're proposed in this budget for any overage or positive variance in the winter control budget. We recommended that be transferred to the winter stabilization reserve. So we haven't spent as much in, say, snow plowing from last year and this year. But instead of keeping that money, we would recommend transferring that to the winter control reserve. All of this, of course, would be approved and taken to council. But from what I've seen with that taken into account, firefighter salaries are a little bit over, as we've talked about. That we're looking at a small deficit, but Richard's a little bit closer to the numbers, and I'll just maybe ask him to comment as well on where we're landing for 2024.
To you, Madam Mayor.
So Director Lynn really actually hit it pretty good in the sense that we're very much teetering, and I think we're going to end up in a slight deficit. I think that's the way things are kind of like shaping up right now. We are still in the midst of recording 2024 invoices, so we are still getting invoices in. We're still doing our reserve transfers that are required, as per our budgets. But as we're doing these types of things, yeah, we're all of a sudden we're like, oh, I think we're in a bit of a surplus. Nope, we're in a bit of a deficit. Now we're a bit of a surplus. Nope. So I think we're going to be in a slight deficit overall.
Okay.
I
Thank you.
think that's the best guess I have.
Director Simon.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz. I was just looking to add another piece of clarification for council's budget. So we did some training in December that we just got the invoice for. So that budget line is actually showing as 12,500 now. There's a few things that I also wanted to add to that discussion. First of all, that the council asked for additional training that we didn't have time to organize and schedule with them this past year. So I know we had on our list an airport tour and some additional sort of advanced council training that we were looking at. I'm already preparing a list for next year that councils, either I've had conversations with staff or carryovers from the previous year that we're looking at. So not a fully developed plan in place yet, but something I definitely wanted to bring to council for their information. And then just finally to say that, I've seen, I sign off on the council invoices, and I've seen that a lot of members of council are looking at doing their training as low cost as possible. Case in point, we had a Mennonite history and heritage tour, and a lot of the people on that tour volunteered their time rather than being paid. So, I mean, amazing that the community came out to do that, but those are savings we may not always see.
So the council training line is spent to 12.5 now? Is that?
That's right.
Okay. I guess there is a motion on, so the motion is, remind me, to change, to reduce the council training and development by $6,000, which would put it at 12,500, which is the exact spend this year. But also the other second part of that was for counts for staff to match that 6,000. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That's defeated. Councillor Cadeau.
New motion then. Just reduce council budget by $6,000.
Seconder, Councillor Grant. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay. Next.
In the, I guess, attachment 5, we've got the emergency comms line for about $7,000, I believe. I'd be much more comfortable taking that out, and if needed to have emergency communications during the year for whatever case, we deal with it as a council then.
Director Smith.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz. I just wanted to provide council a little bit more information on this because I don't think I explained this before. So just in terms of history, I'm looking at Appendix 3 in your budget package, which showed that in 2013, we added a communications coordinator / mayor's assistant position. That position, you'll note also was, as shown in that table, was removed in 2016. Fast forward a little bit to 2019, the township conducted an organizational review with KPMG. That review recommended that the township contract out communication services. So that was something that I guess, let's say council approved in principle in 2020 when looking at that review, but there was never any funding behind that approval or approval in principle. In 2024, we reached out to a communications firm for an emergency communications matter. And we actually found that it was less cost to be on contract with that firm than to do a single off emergency. So we did do a contract with that firm. What I put in your budget was for the possibility of 2 emergencies, emergency kind of communications issues coming forward for in 2025. I guess for council, I mean, my concern is we don't have communication support, professional communication support for issues that pop up. And I mean, sorry, one more thing I wanted to say is, well, I said emergency. We've also used that firm for things like the announcement of the purchase of the home hardware building. That was a pretty big deal for the township. It wasn't something we've sort of made an announcement on like that before. So you know, emergency is one way to say it. Maybe sort of more bigger communication issues communication might be another way to say it. So the budget includes the cost of about 2 major issue communication items. Definitely can see from staff's perspective that we really need that support. I guess I would say to council, you know, it's something we need. If you want to cut it, ultimately that is your decision. But I mean, if I could even make a suggestion that we either keep the full amount or we do half that amount in the budget, can definitely use that support, but ultimately it's up to council.
It's been really helpful to have professional communication advice for certain sensitive types of issues that have come up. And I mean, our staff, Ms. Bauman does a bang up job of things, but that extra professional advice is very helpful.
I guess I'm a little bit confused then, because I thought that comms part was 2 portions. There's a retainer type thing. There's 1 line and then additional money, which was 7,500. I'll admit I'm in favor of keeping that retainer base level funding because that is helpful, but I don't want to plan any emergencies at that time right now, and I'll be the first one to vote in favor of paying for it come June if something happens, but I don't want to put it in today as a maybe.
So when we adjust things, we have to make sure we get some money into that operating reserve. Just in case.
Yeah, just the one other contextual or historical piece that I would share with council, and I'm not sure whether, no, I don't think anybody would have been around for this, but a number of years ago, when we moved away from having an in-house executive officer / communications assistant at the time under contract, one of the things council asked me to do was to see if it would be more cost effective to actually contract a service with some of the larger cities. But I can tell you back 10 years ago, or roughly that, no, the quotes that I received were anywhere from 50 to 70 years. So I only provide that contextual historical piece because it kind of deals with the quantum of, you know, we're not saying, or we're not recommending that, you know, we have an in-house communications officer or in-house communications coordinator, that sort of thing. This really, and Jeff came up with, you know, what I believe is a cost-effective solution to not having an in-house staff person contracting out. Appreciate Councillor Schwint, what you're saying is you'd rather, I think if I'm understanding, you'd rather not put it in the budget, but pay more if we need it at the time, recognizing that. So I understand that. Again, I just wanted to give you that historical piece because I've been around long enough that I've seen council say, well, I'm sure it'll be cheaper to contract with the cities. And it's not, unfortunately. So this is in that, you know, comparison, you know, a more cost-effective option. But as Jeff said, you know, appreciate that it's council's decision. We're trying to find where we can balance the budget.
Sorry, just on that discussion, what was the value of that contract? Sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
through you, Mayor Sean. So there's two components. There is an annual retainer that we are paying. That is $6,000. And then there's budgeted, and this is what's in your attachment 5, is about $7,500, and that includes 2 issues or emergency communications matters over and above the base contract.
Where my mind goes with this is, I think conferences are great, but has the organization looked at AI, for instance, Microsoft Copilot, and how that can help communications?
I can try to answer that. I honestly, we don't have the capacity, I think, to look into that very much. I think as Mr. Brenneman said, this is a very cost-effective service that we're getting from our contractor. I mean, we can look into AI, but I don't think it'll be able to provide that experienced guidance that we get from a communications firm like we've contracted with.
Councillor Grant.
Through you to the rest of council, as someone who works in communications, AI does many wonderful things, but it's not really good at necessarily reacting quickly to an emergency situation. I would really caution using its services for something like that. It's great for writing copy for social media, but in a situation where you need to be responsive to something that's going on the ground, it's not something I would recommend.
Thank you. Where do we want to go from it? There's not a motion on the floor, is there? No. Where do we want to go from here? Councillor Bryant.
We'll switch gears. We'll look at another area. What about if we were to remove the HRIS software? What impact is this going to have on us? That's a $35,000 cost.
Through Mayor Shantz. So right now we have a payroll software. It is a standalone piece of software. It doesn't communicate with HR. So when we're, for example, onboarding students, we have several summer students cutting grass, helping roads in the office, those kind of positions. Seeing a number of onboarding new hire forms and emailing that to our payroll department. It's a very inefficient process, and the idea of the HRIS software proposed in the budget is a combined human resources and payroll software that will also speak to the new financial software, but that will automate a lot of those onboarding processes. And it will also give our directors and managers and supervisors access to more information that they're asking the HR department to provide right now. So we see it as a huge benefit, a huge efficiency for human resources and payroll. And again, I just wanted to point out, we have, when we went out to RFP for this project, we looked at, I would say, significantly more costly systems. This is it's the right size for the township, and the amount in the budget, so the 35,000, is the net cost over the cost of our existing payroll software, which would be surplused and no longer used after the implementation.
Other questions?
Are we done with the that one?
I think so.
Okay. The big ticket one I'm really struggling with is the financial software piece. I'm 100% committed to the project. I'm committed to the senior analyst position as a new hire. I am struggling the cost of the new software and have we truly scoped out the project as well as we need to or should. And that ties into, do we really think we can advance this project as far as we think this year? And if we're starting out a little bit later than we think, should we be deferring some of those expenses to next year? And start with one person on contract to start the ball rolling, to identify what we need, how we're going to do it. Maybe that second person doesn't come on board till 2026. I think so. I didn't know if Director Lynn's got a work plan yet or what options he sees there.
Can you speak to that for us?
Sure. Through you, Mayor Shawns, to Councillor Schwint. We don't, to be fair, we don't have a detailed work plan, kind of a time frame with the implementation. We know we need the software. I could support kind of the direction that you're proposing, just because of the logistics of a software package like this. What I would recommend is the project manager, business analyst come in, which would then provide kind of a timeline. It would speak to the vendor, look at their capability, look at our capability in the organization, and develop some kind of an implementation plan for this software. We're also very busy right now, obviously with budget in the finance department. We're finishing year end. So realistically, it's not like we could jump next week or the week after or anytime really soon in the next couple of months onto like the actual implementation piece. And then also, as council can appreciate, the training and onboarding process, or the recruitment and onboarding process, takes some time as well. So I could support kind of deferring some of those costs, but I would really want the that project manager on board as soon as possible. So that would be my one kind of request to council, to get that position on. But then I think more naturally, some of those costs would be more towards the later half of the year or also into 2026. And so most of this, again, for council's benefit, is funded mostly through the capital program. There's not necessarily the operating impact, the cost, until it's implemented, but it would help reserves because we wouldn't be pulling those expenses from the reserve in this year. We're building up the reserves, and then it would push it out till later years. So I would just ask maybe that the project manager, the project coordinator for that position be brought on, and then so we can develop an implementation timeline and if we need to push out the implementation.
So if that project coordinator started Q2, is that probably realistic? And then the other one wouldn't start till Q1 of 2026, which would probably be 125,000 change.
And just through you, Mayor Shawns, that's correct. Again, just so, just for clarity, that really just pushes out. I look at it kind of like a timeline bucket. If it's straddled over 2025, 2026, and 2027, it would just be pushed out to more straddle 2026 and 2027. So we just push all those costs out, not necessarily a savings, so to speak.
Councillor Kidder.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to Director Lynn. When we saw the submissions come forward and the recommendation to award the contract, there was a little bit of discussion around whether or not we should do that, largely for what Councillor Schwint's bringing up now. At the time, you mentioned that this gives us the opportunity to go to the vendor, to ask questions, to engage with them. I'm wondering if you've done that and if you have any more information from that time that could better direct the decision on whether or not the software is the best software for us.
So through you, Mayor Shawns, to Councillor Cadeau, I will defer to Richard. He was more involved directly with the conversation with the vendor. He was off for a period of time before Christmas, so didn't have his expertise at that particular meeting. But we do feel as a finance department that this is the right software package. We do feel that we went to the market and got the best options that were out there and went through a process and evaluated, and this is the best solution for this. What we were asking for was kind of permission to engage with the chosen vendor, which was M&P. So now we can get a little bit more into the details of it. Unfortunately, that was right before Christmas. Richard was off, so he obviously didn't engage with the vendor. I didn't engage with the vendor personally. Since he's been back, I can just defer to him if he's had any further discussions with that vendor.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. I think as Director Lynn said, we went through the RFP process, and the pool of software companies that specialize in municipal finance software is very small. So I would say the people that responded to our RFP are the people I would expect, because those are the people that I know. There are a couple of outliers, which is what I would say were not recommended for very good reasons. So for us, we haven't really engaged with MNP right now because I think we need to understand from council's perspective of are they supportive with having additional staffing resources? Without those additional staffing resources, this project with existing staff cannot go forward. And so for us, the only thing I've said to the vendor right now is council has deferred the final decision until budget deliberations, and then we'll move forward from there. And they were okay with that. So they're just waiting for the budget deliberations to finalize, and then we'll figure out what our next step is from there.
So Richard, when you talked about staffing resources, is that the same as what Director Lynn was talking about? You could defer one of them until 2026. Does the company recognize that as a doable thing for implementation?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. So I would say that even when we were going through the RFP process, which was very elongated, talking to multiple vendors that we were engaging with, at least from a shortlist perspective, they all said the same thing. It is not uncommon that it's taking this long. It's not that uncommon. They see this all the time. So I think for us to go back to MNP and say, okay, we still want to engage with you. We will not be really starting the project until a little later in 2025, knowing that it's going to spill into 2026 and hopefully not that much longer, but probably a little bit into 2027 potentially, depending on how things go. So I think to them, they probably wouldn't be completely surprised, but I think they would just like to know because they would like to know their resources that they need to dedicate to it. So once we know that direction and when we can start bringing on at least a project supervisor, we can start to engage with them on the timing of start of the project.
They want to sign contract, and both of us want to make sure we've got the resources to implement it once we do that.
Absolutely.
We've sort of gone over a number of items on here. I haven't heard on any of those except for the ones we voted on and maybe a few earlier where we had consensus. I haven't heard anything else for Richard to add to his list there. Somebody want to sing while we read?
Through you, Mayor Sean. While Richard's pulling it up, I've been keeping my own list, and this isn't the official record. Richard's definitely more keeping track of this, but there's only the two reductions that I can see is the reduction of the climate action levy of 100,000, and then the council training budget of 6,000, and then rough again ballpark numbers. This is a 6.66% reduction on the 8.3 we were at, so we're roughly 7.64%. I'm hoping that's pretty close in line with what Richard's going to show, but roughly that's kind of where we are right now. But once they figure out the technical difficulties, we'll confirm that.
Sorry about that, Madam Mayor. So essentially what I was doing is I was tracking not only what we were talking about today and what was voted on by council, but also what I did hear from Tuesday night's budget deliberation. So I want to make sure I captured those costs as well. So one of the things just from Tuesday night's meeting, just the update that Director Smith had with the track perspective, with Lanxess actually committing to 49,500. What that does is that actually lowers it should lower the track expense line to $500 to 49,500. It would increase the revenue from Lanxess from the 40,000 up to 49,005, which in turn allows us to take out the interfund, and that was 10,000 coming from the operating contingency. So we saved that, which is good. Also saw from the capital side, removing the Sunset Hills Park. That was 120,000, but it was 114 coming from DCs and 6,000 coming from the Canada Community Building Fund. Then we did talk, and we had a bit of discussion today about the removal of the operation traffic technician, which we said actually wasn't included, so there really isn't an impact at this moment. Also saw or heard the capital, it was removal of the heat pumps. I think I heard it was most except for the one. If I'm looking at Director MacArthur, is that correct?
I think it was just one.
Just one.
So it's just,
Reduced to 100 from 120.
yeah, okay. Reduced to
Sorry,
100.
Evan, is
So
that what you were going to
reduced
say?
20? Okay, reduced 20. Okay, thank you for that. I heard 120. My apologies. That's why it's good to have a clarification. Then from today's, looking at adding back the manager of engineering reduction, I see it as 56. I think the revised that you had showed that 56 was for the operations supervisor, but I think it's switched. So adding that back in because it was mistakenly taken out. So that's an addition of 56,000 to levy. Adding back in the operations supervisor, and that's at 72,779. I think Ms. MacArthur said that there is additional revenue that can come in, and that was from the library miscellaneous revenue. That was for the recovery of the Bloomingdale snow removal. That was so that's $13,274 in revenue coming in, so that reduces the levy. Council directed to reduce the climate action transfer that's in the recommend budget by $100,000, and so that's a levy reduction, as well as reducing the council and training and development by 6,000. So that's a levy reduction as well. So that's kind of what we have right now from council's decision, but happy to get clarification from council.
Councillor Burgess and then Schwint. Excuse me.
For you, Mayor Sean, it's just a couple quick questions. For the Sunset Hills Park, that 6,000, that was a CCBF. Well, can we put that into the reserves and then that CCBF can just go to another project?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, that's kind of how the money flows in the first place, is the money comes in and goes into the reserve and then it gets allocated out based on the budget. So by removing this, we would still get our allocation in for 2025 no matter what. And so the 6,000 would just remain in the into that reserve until council decides to do something with it, either in 2025 or 26 and beyond.
And then just to what the director of rec was saying, the 13,000 ferry, was that the one you're listing there? And then she also mentioned, I think 5,000 for BCC and 10,000 for WCC or WMC. Are we adding that in or no?
Yep, through the mayor to council and to Richard, yes, we could include additional revenues at the WMC of 10,000 and a reduction in part-time staff at the BCC of 5,000.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. So I think that if I can say the 13,000, that's a fact. That is something that is actually built into the budget. It just wasn't captured within the Excel spreadsheet, so that's true. I think the other ones are something that council will need to decide whether they support Ms. MacArthur's suggestions. I haven't heard that support yet, so that's why I haven't included it.
Okay, that's fair.
And is that the same for the investment revenue then?
Absolutely. It was a suggestion that came out, and so now it's just basically waiting for council to say this is the direction they want to go, yes or no.
Okay, well, let's deal with the recreation piece first. So there was increased revenue of $10,000 for the WMC. Councillor Bryant, Councillor Grant, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay. And sorry, it was a 5,000 reduced hours at the BCC. No one's jumping on that one. Okay, we'll leave that one. Sorry.
Investment income.
Investment income, yes.
Sorry.
Yeah. You want to stay with
the
rec?
Rec, because I thought I had 25,000 total listed on rec. I thought 10,000 from advertising activities, another 10,000 in program fees.
So just to clarify, you're correct. I did suggest there was a potential for additional revenue for program registration at the BCC for 5,000.
Okay.
Yep. And based on actual, I think there is $10,000 in revenue for ice rentals based on previous year's actuals.
Okay,
That's
so,
15.
Yes.
so
And then the
that's,
10 in new revenue.
oh, okay,
Okay.
thank you. So, 10,000 for ice rentals. I can go by nods if everyone is in agreement with that. Yeah. Okay, put that one in. And 5,000 at the BCC. You thought there would be income as well
Yes, additional registration revenue. Yes.
for the BCC? Do I get nods on that or? Yeah, okay, thanks. Are we good with rec now? Okay, the other was investment income. You wanted to go there? Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, on the one, there's reduced investment income and then increased investment income. So to get down to the 7.5, we reduced investment income to 100,000, but we're going to increase it by 50,000 as a possibility to, is that right? Yeah, that's what it says.
Maybe I can just speak a little bit more to that through you, Mayor Shantz. So our current investment income budget, I'm just pulling it up, the latest figures. Our current investment income budget is 475,000. The 2024 actual was actually at 582,000, so we were over on investment income. As council may be aware, there's been quite a sharp reduction in interest rates, so it was at around 5%. Can't remember exactly the Bank of Canada rate right now, but it's around the 3.25% rate, but it's dropped quite significantly over the year, and we expect at least the current rate, if not further rate reductions in future years. So that's where the $100,000 reduction in the budget, which gets us closer to some more of the historical actuals before interest rates went up, and then now they're coming back down. However, since we are over budget in 2024, potentially some of that residual high interest rates will carry over until 2025. So that's where I'm proposing. It is a bit of a risk, but maybe we don't need to reduce it at the full 100. We can add back another 50,000. Again, there's nothing really we have control of when it comes to investment income. Another possibility, and I will just throw it out for council, is we could use 50,000 of that reduction in investment income. We could then propose to use 50,000 of that to the operating contingency. So we keep the investment income low. And then if we do have deficits towards the end of the year, this is what would happen anyway with surplus or deficit investment income, we would then draw from the operating contingency reserve. That's another option there. So we would drop 50,000 for investment income, use the other 50,000 for the operating contingency, and then anything like investment income or anything like that, we could then draw from that operating contingency.
So there's another piece I want to bring into this, and that's the dividend that we get from Innova. And I know that we've got a contract to, I think, till the end of 2025 on that. And there would be a possibility that that could decrease after that point. So are we planning for possible eventuality of more fluctuation in those dividends?
Through you, Mayor Shantz, I'll start, and Richard, again, he has a lot of history on the Innova dividend, but again, in just simple terms, from what I understand, is roughly around 660,000. Again, roughly, Richard will have the exact numbers, but we budget for around that $660,000 mark. Recently, because of the new agreement, that dividend has been higher than what we've budgeted, around the 960,000, 950,000 mark. And we've used that difference to put it towards the operating contingency. And you've seen reports in the surplus report every year we go through and we recommend that Innova dividend surplus be put to the operating contingency. We're expecting, as you mentioned, Mayor Shantz, that the agreement will run out and we will not see that increased dividend, that 900,000. It'll fall back down to budgeted levels around the $600,000, $660,000 level. So there won't need to be a decrease to our budget because we've always budgeted the same amount. It was a surplus, but now we're projecting that it'll be closer to the budgeted amount. And I'll let Richard add anything he thinks I may have missed there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I think Mr. Lynn pretty much hit it right on from that perspective. You know, just the past couple of years, we've been receiving additional dividends and we've been squaring that away that was above and beyond our budgeted amount into our operating contingency reserve. And for the most part, yeah, we know that's kind of coming to, or that additional revenue right now is coming to a bit of an end. We may see it again when Innova really kicks into their operations. But at the moment, if we find that we're going to be short of that, we can always pull from our operating contingency to keep that budget level whole. But it looks like we probably won't need to do that.
Okay, I would still add that I would like to work towards that whole dividend going into the operational reserve and not being part of our operational budget. But that's where I'd like to get to with it. I just think that, or to a, maybe not an operational reserve, maybe it goes into a capital reserve, but into a reserve as opposed to being part of our operations, just because it is subject to fluctuations. Anyway, that's where I'd like to go with it in time, but it sounds like for this year, it's in a good space. Next, where are we here?
Whether or not we want to do the interest.
Oh, yeah, the extra $50,000 in interest. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
This is just my 2 cents to council. We're getting really focused on arbitrary changes to the budget. We're not actually making any physical changes that are going to save us money. For example, we're lowering the training because it's underutilized. It's still going to be money we have at the end of the year. We're taking our best guess on interest. Now we're going to take our second best guess so we can save some money, but we're not actually changing where we're investing the money. We're taking away hypothetical buffer for emergency communications. We're not actually saving money. It's just pretending hopefully we don't have to use it. But now we'll have to add it in if we have an issue. So I just think we should look more on physical things we can do to actually make cuts.
Such as.
Yeah, such as.
All right, if you want me to get going here. So I guess just a small cut here. One of the ones RCS came up with was the Park Summer Student. We've been adding them year over year and they're looking to put another one in for 5,000. We haven't really taken on much more parks or washrooms or facilities to need the student. I know we took on a few more acres of land, but I don't think that would justify a new student. So I would suggest removal of that one.
Okay, discussion. All those in favor? That's carried.
Another one thrown in there. I just want to get clarity from.
Oh,
Sorry, just sorry to make clarification on the previous one. That could be moved up to 7,500 from 5,000 for the student.
okay.
Are each of the students 7,500 with, are we getting grants or or how's that all spread out?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor to Council. Yeah, there is a grant for majority of students. The difference in cost is whether they're some high school student who maybe is working 8 weeks versus university could be between 12 and 16 weeks. We are trying because of the commitment that we have to put in that work plan and staff being in the, still in the arenas and ice, that there's a little bit of difficulty in transition. April, May and September, so we do, or August, so we'd like to have the university students when we can. They're set with the grant, not fully, partial.
To you, Director, again. You have in here recreation facility reduction. Was that some studies being done, or was that, or what is all involved there for that decrease?
Yeah, I'll start and then Thomas can speak. I had put in a very healthy cut. There are some legislative requirements that we need to meet, so I would, and Thomas will speak to this, that I think we could offer up some that wouldn't be to the level that I had originally suggested.
Through you, Mayor Shantz, to council. So for next year, we've got 40 in there, $40,000 in the budget. We're due to do our bridge inspections next year, our OSIM reports. So that's $5,000 for those. We would like to do a structural review of St. Jacobs Arena. It's been a number of years since we've done that, and just to do our due diligence. That's budgeted for $5,000. And then we are legislated to do designated substance audits of all of our facilities that are constructed previous to 1990. And we have been working through those. But I will say that we need to do a full audit of all the buildings that are remaining to ensure that we're complying with the legislation. So that's where that 40 comes from. We could probably find 5,000 there, I think. And what I would like to do is maybe just defer the work at St. Jacobs. That was more of a staff, I don't want to say preference, but a staff thought that that's something we should be doing, especially as we continue to invest in that building, but just for safety of users in the buildings. And there has been a history across this country and North America of issues with older arena facilities. So just something that we like to do once in a while.
No, I was just going to add that, I mean, we've talked a number of times about how we can extend the life of the St. Jacobs Arena. And I know that all three of our well, both our arenas are fully utilized or very close to fully utilized. And so I just want to make sure that we're doing the upkeep, sort of like what Director Poupé said. We're not waiting until it gets to the point where you have to blow the whole thing up and start over.
Yeah, so just more clarity. Sorry, you mentioned 40 and I see 25 here, but then at the end of the day, what can we save, or what is the number there that we're not just delaying, or as Mayor Sean said, postponing something we should be taking care of now?
So I believe under contract facilities inspection, is that the line that we're looking at?
Appendix, last page, 318 in our budget
Okay,
manual.
attachment 5.
So for clarity that Thomas may not be aware, there's 40,000 that was in the original budget. I put a reduction to get us to 2.5 down to 25,000, but based on further discussions with staff and the DSA audits that were required, we would have to reduce that offer that we've offered up. It maybe could reduce by 5, but that would be a postponement until 2026, 5,000.
Okay, so
Apologies,
not 25,000, 5,000. Do you want the list back up? Or is it easier than it was last time? Okay. I'd like to see it.
If I could, I think we should just go back to some of the stuff we talked about and just actually vote on it. If that's
Well,
like we talked about the comm service reduction and the HR program. Just so we
yeah,
can
yeah,
finalize some stuff.
we can do that if someone wants to make a motion on it. And the motion would be
The HRIS removal of 35,000.
Okay. Is there a seconder?
Can I come?
Director Lynn.
Just to add an additional comment for the motion on the floor, Clerk Smith spoke towards the need for this software, but just to clarify kind of the financial implications. So the 35,000 is the increased cost. Currently, we spend roughly around 50,000 on our current payroll solution. It's already baked into the budget. Our new software, this HRIS software, will be 85,000. So what we would do is we would discontinue the old software and add the new software, and the difference would be the 35,000. But that's understanding that we're getting rid of the payroll software, and there may be overlap as well on some of those. So like we may need to keep on the payroll software for a little bit, and there could be some overlap, and it could be a slightly different adjustment. And I also believe there was a capital impact similar to the finance software was drawn for, there was a capital component of that software. I can't remember off the top of my head exactly what that dollar was. Was there?
Do you know?
Just give me 1 second, I'll find that number for you.
But there would also then be the similar thing of the reserve impact on the capital side. So there's the capital and operating component. Just want council to be aware of what we're talking about.
The one thing that, yeah, go ahead.
So Richard has the actual capital impact number as well.
Yeah, to you, Madam Mayor, from the capital perspective, the notes that I can see in the capital budget, it was a implementation cost of 41,500. And as well, no different than the financial software, there would need to be some staffing resources directed towards that implementation, and that was pegged at 16,000.
The thing that's difficult to quantify when you're looking at something like an HR system or a financial system too is the soft costs in terms of ease of management from the manager's point of view. And I think we've already sort of talked about the stress and the workload that's on our upper management. So I don't know how you quantify that to put in a business plan because it's sort of nebulous. I used to do that work a long time ago.
Mayor Chancel, just to give you a bit of an idea, we're not exactly sure. I know the implementation will be a lot of work for our HR department, but they see the value as being so beneficial that they're happy to do the work this year to see the benefits in future years. The other thing I'd like to speak to is Director Lynn kind of mentioned it when I think he was talking about the implementation of remote read water meters. I think you need that dedicated resource that we budgeted for in the capital budget to implement. And I think the payroll software that we put in place maybe didn't have that level of support when it was implemented. So there are issues that we would like to fix with the payroll software that I think our managers, supervisors, directors, staff that are approving time are finding inefficient with that older piece of software.
I think as our department's a large user of the payroll software, and it's incredibly cumbersome and inefficient, we'd say.
How many hours would we save you in a year?
Well, unfortunately, I'm not the best one to speak to that because I've kind of avoided using it, quite frankly, Mayor Shantz, to council, because it's difficulty. But Carter uses it all the time. Unionized, it does not deal with all the variations that Woolwich has to offer here as far as unionized, non-unionized staff and the nuances applied with shift premiums and the like. So we went from, again, Excel spreadsheeting, which, wasn't fantastic, but I would say in some ways that was more efficient than what we have, unfortunately, now. And I think probably likely every user of the system would fully support Clerk Smith in replacing that system. It costs time, energy, and money at the same all at one. It's not efficient at all, and I don't want to say the name, but it's not efficient tracking method or anything like that.
There is a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Okay, all those everyone knows what the motion is? Yeah, no. I think your motion was to remove the HRIS software for 2025. Yes, all those in favor? Opposed? That's defeated. Okay. Other ones, is there anything else anyone wants to put a motion on?
Through you, Mayor Shawns, just a small one here. On page 183, we have 4,000 to the Heritage Committee, and the council representative mentioned we only had committed 2,000 for a project. Where's that other 2,000 coming from?
Who knows the answer to that one?
Sorry, can I get the page number reference again?
My page numbers are different. I have a heritage study on that one.
Yeah,
Okay.
so there's
Bottom.
4,000 in the budget, council approved 2, right,
Okay,
and they're
yeah,
separate.
yeah.
So that could be a $2,000 reduction then. So I guess I would say it this way. Staff, planning and development services would have put $4,000 in the budget based on historical
Right.
budgeting. But then council separately, when the Heritage Committee came forward, approved 2, so there would be a $2,000 reduction.
Okay,
So that doesn't have to be voted on, it was already voted on.
Okay.
So that could be added just to
Okay.
the list.
yep. Anyone else? Counselor Burgess.
I'll just go back to the one Counselor Schwinn brought up. I think we should just vote on or make a motion for the comm service reduction. I'll let him make the motion if he wants to proceed with this one, because I do think it's okay leaving the money in, but just so we can have a say in it.
To remove the comms. Okay, is there a seconder? Counselor Cadeau, further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay.
Through you, Mayor Shawns, to Director Smith, you had threw in the line there in the last appendix for corporate services grant reduction. I'm not in big favor of taking away from charities, if that's what this one's talking about, or from local organizations, but just wanted you to touch a bit more on what that number is.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Shawns. The 3 biggest grant recipients are Woolwich Community Services, Woolwich Counseling Center, and Community Care Concepts. There's also a few other grants that council pre-approved, subject to budget approval every year. So it ultimately is council's decision at this budget meeting whether they want to continue providing those services. Those grants to those community services. Having said that, I can tell you that those organizations do amazing work in the community. They are very active. They support the township even in some respects. For example, regularly ask those community organizations for help. And then the last thing I would say is just a reiteration that the things on this list aren't necessarily ideas that staff support. I mean, in fact, staff don't support them, but we put them there for council's consideration because of the request to reduce the budget to 2.5. So definitely one I do not support, but again, it's ultimately up to council.
You had in a very exact number of 7,139. Do you know where that's coming from? Who you're reducing it from?
So that was every increase over 2024, all added up together. The 3 components that make that up are Hope, Hearts Open for Everyone. They had previously, I don't have the number in front of me, but they had a lower amount. They received a lower amount in 2024. They asked for a higher amount in 2025. We actually didn't give them, or we didn't put in the budget the full request. You'll probably notice that's on your attachment 4, things that we had to do to get down to the 10% increase. But that is the, we thought it's sort of a middle ground, a balanced number that we could give to council. So Hope falls under that category. Shelter Movers falls under that category. And then council pre-approves inflationary increases for the 3 larger organizations. And that would be removing those inflationary increases for Community Care Concepts. Oh, I just said the 3 big ones that I already forgot somehow.
Village Community Services.
And Community Care Concepts. Thank you.
Since we're talking about reference, the $8,000 that came out to get down to the 7.5, can you give us some details on that too?
Apologies. I'll just find the page on the agenda that we're talking about so I can give you exact numbers. Oops. Went too far. So if you want to follow along with me, we're at page, oops. Sorry, I thought I had it. Here we are. Page 164 in your budget package. So if you look at, for example, Hope, Hearts Open for Everyone, the 2025 department column is the amount that Hope requested. The adjustment column shows the adjustment we staff did to reduce the budget down to the 7.5. And then the 2025 budget is the amount that we're proposing that's already included in the draft budget. So Hope asked for $15,000. Staff are recommending that they receive $8,000. Shelter Movers is an easier one to show because Hope was previously receiving money from the EDI grants budget. So Shelter Movers in 2024 received $150. They've asked for $5,000. Staff recommend $4,000, so that $1,000 reduction is in your attachment 4 to the budget package. And if you wanted to reduce further, the recommendation, not the staff recommendation, but the amount proposed in attachment 5 is back down to the $3,150 that they would have received in 2024.
Thank you. It's helpful. Councillor Bryant. Well,
Thank you. I would not like to reduce the 3 big ones. I think they need to stay where they are, but do we encourage our other ones to go out and try to raise funds? Try to raise funds on their own versus coming in every year looking for donations from the township. I find it a little concerning that they're coming back year after year after year when they could be going out and raising those funds themselves versus coming back looking for the township to give them the funds. Maybe I'm off base, but.
I think they are. I know that Hope, because I've seen her all over the township, is really doing a lot more work and expanding her work. But can you speak to how we, I guess, ask them about their other fundraising?
How do we encourage them to do their own fundraising versus coming back for donations?
So every grant recipient is required to seek other funding opportunities. Hope specifically has been very active, as Mayor Sean said, in applying for other grants. I know they've reached out as a volunteer. They have a volunteer that's dedicated to looking for different grants now. And they've actually been really successful with the region in receiving. I think the region's grants are quite a lot higher than what the township provides. So they've actually been very successful in those. But I think in speaking with their leader, they are happy for anything that the township can provide to them.
Any other motions? I'd still like to see the chart. One for each hand.
One for each hand.
So
Councillor
I'm gonna
Burgess.
make the hard decision here and make a motion on reducing what we were just chatting about there and what Director Smith said, reducing the budget there. I don't want to, but we're in a tough year. As you said, the region, they operate out of the region, they're doing great work, they're getting good money from them. I also think we have a great community here that provides strong support. Yeah, so I'm okay with reducing it. I think we're still there. I'd be fine, again, providing staff support if we can support in those areas. But yeah, I'd be open to that and would make a motion.
Awesome.
Yeah.
The 739, or how do you want to play it out?
So through you, Mayor Sean, I was also looking for some clarity there. If you want, I heard a few different things. So Woolwich Community Services Youth Center, Community Care Concepts of Woolwich, and Woolwich Counseling Services. Those are the ones that had the inflationary reductions. So the increase in budget, if you look between 2024 and 2025, are those on the table? Is that part of your motion?
I'll leave those ones out. I think that's a long-standing agreement we have with them.
Okay. So then I think then you're saying reduce Hearts Open for Everyone and Shelter Movers Grant back to the amounts they received in 2024. I'll just calculate that and I'll be right back to you.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Through you to the council. I really struggle with removing funding from the Shelter Movers Southwest Ontario. We know that there is a identifiable gap when it comes to support for women seeking shelter from domestic violence in rural communities. And I think that it would be doing a disservice to residents by removing that kind of increase there. So I would really caution against reducing that back down to that 3,100.
I would also say that volunteer organizations, then we put in, yeah. I thought it was fading a little bit. Yeah. You want to add that in now? Someone, Councillor Cadeau.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, I'm with Councillor Grant 100%. I wouldn't support this motion if it's removing funding from shelter movers. I may consider it if it's only hope, but it depending on what that value is. My recollection, okay, I'm not gonna.
I would also, in terms of hope, add that we don't have any like EDI officer or anyone specifically that deals with that, and she does a great job of that in the community. So, David. Okay. Jeff.
Sorry. Okay, I am working. Mayor Shantz, just for clarity, the increase for Hope was $5,020. And the increase for Shelter Movers was $850.
I make amendment, only reduce the hope funding.
Okay. How do you want to, can I throw Robert out the window and and just say the mover and seconder agreed with that, so.
I'm fine with that, Mayor Shantz.
Okay.
So if I, just for clarity, the motion on the table is to reduce the Hope grant by a reduction of $5,020.
Okay, so that is now the motion on the floor. Any further discussion, Councillor Kiddo?
This seems like a rather large reduction, given they asked for 15, we recommended 8, now we're taking away 5, leaving less than 3. I would offer maybe, excuse me, we reduce it, but reduce it to $5,000.
Councillor Burgess, did your fingers on the trigger? No. Any other comments on that? The motion on the floor right now is to reduce it by $5,000 back to 3,100, nope, 3,000, back to 3,000. So the ask was 15, and we're reducing it to 3. All right, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay. Eric.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to the legal one on the building side of things. I'm uncomfortable with that large a budget amount this year. I understand Director Freeze mentioned a couple cases that we are working on. We need some money for that. I also know legal fees are a moving target. And I think at this meeting, what I'm trying to show is direction, that we're trying to limit legal fees and not shift from a very small legal department to what seems to me very large increase in 1 year. So I'd like to see that drop to 20,000.
So can I just comment on that through you, Madam Mayor? So I'm assuming that we are talking about page 188. Is that correct? Okay, so I just wanted to point out that that is the building budget, and therefore there's no reduction to the levy. And if we spend that legal money, we would just have to take it out of the reserve anyway, whether we indicate it or not, because we know that we have legal expenses that are coming.
And why do we have a
There-
budget?
Well, if,
Sorry, through you,
Well-
Madam Mayor. So there is some legal enforcement that we have got the authority from council to proceed with. So we know those costs are coming.
so it's not just a number you picked out of the air. This is specific to works. Councillor Burgess.
Through you, Mayor Shantz, if I can just chime in. We can maybe not looking at reducing it too much, but I know there is some in that list that is a bit hypothetical, not to get into the details of it. But yeah, hopefully some of those don't go south and that we can save a few dollars there. So I'm just wondering if we could have a small reduction.
Small reduction in the legal? Smaller than what Councillor Schwint is asking for? I think you took it in half, I think.
Yeah, half 20,000.
Was, did, yeah. I don't I don't think there's a motion on the floor at this point. Councillor Cadeau.
And Councillor Burgess brought this up before. Is this one of those hypothetical ones where we're debating but not actually saving any money?
Yeah.
We're gonna get legal costs. That's
It's
given.
it's gonna come out of the reserve. Yeah.
Effectively, you're correct. And effectively, Ms. Freeze is correct that we've got some actions on the table. But I'm jumping up and down on this one because I think I'm trying to send a directional indication that I'm seeing too big a shift to legal and enforcement as opposed to what we've done in the past. And where that happy medium is a gray area. But I'm really concerned that we're shifting too far towards enforcement. So that's why I'm trying to push back a little bit here.
I mean, in some years, we put legal in case we have to go to the OLT. And that was part of, I think, when a number of years ago, when our legal budget line got higher, when we were anticipating some OLT type, issues.
Maybe
Counselor-
just to play devil's advocate, but the reason that those budget lines were smaller in years past were because we were unaware of those issues. And now that those issues have come forward, that's the result. It's not a matter of we're increasing enforcement. It's a matter of we've become aware of it.
Yep, and that's fair, but in a time of limited resources, do we want to fix our water and sewers and get that right? Do we want to get our accounting system done properly, or do we want to worry about enforcement? Because with our current staff complement, they're working hard. They can only do so many things. Notationally, what's our priority? And I want to have less priority there. Understanding safety issues, cover those, but less priority there, more on doing effective things for the community.
Ms. Priest.
So I just will clarify, so yeah, we have some that we've already kind of committed that will be charged, but obviously we'll do our best. And we always do try to avoid using legal wherever possible. In the Building Code Act, we do have some responsibilities, and the CBO does have responsibilities under that. So, but yeah, we definitely would try to reduce it. We won't try to go over for any reason.
And I also don't want to go down the road of letting things slide, because then 10, 20 years from now, somebody else is going to be looking back and saying, sure wish they would have paid more attention, right? But I take your point that how we do that and whether we need to use legal to do that. But I do want to make sure that we're making sure that the work is done properly. Mr. Patrick.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just want to point out to council, though, that the building department is that unique. While it's also self-funded, we do have that indirect cost that we kind of capture back. So every time we were reducing that building budget, you're inadvertently actually increasing the tax levy component. So if we were to, so as an example, so every dollar that is currently spent, at least in the 2025 budget, every dollar that is spent, there's a certain indirect cost that's coming back to the municipality. Now, that indirect cost is recognition of like yourselves in council making decisions for the building. It's for finance, doing the accounting for them, doing the payroll for them, from the CIO's office, doing the leadership for them. So there's that indirect cost, and that's not unusual. That's very typical for municipalities to have that indirect cost. It's just to recognize that there's some administrative costs that aren't being captured directly in the building, and that's allowable under the Building Act. I believe it's under the Building Act. So as we reduce that budget for the building, inadvertently, you're actually reducing that indirect cost that's coming back in.
Got it.
Okay.
So everybody follow that? No. So
That's a kind of
the
neat stuff.
the building department is paying the rest of the township for admin work. So, and it's based on a percentage of what they spend, say. So if they're spending less, then the rest of the township is getting less for that work. How is that? Yeah. Director Lynn.
Just to add on to what Richard kind of pointed out there. So it's very similar to the water and wastewater overhead allocation methodology. And what Richard's also referring to is kind of that old methodology. We didn't change the methodology for the building department. So it's essentially, instead of on a head count basis, which is what I propose for the water wastewater, we do it more on a cost basis. So the amount of the budget, essentially, so a higher proportion of the budget, the higher proportion of the overhead costs. In future years, I'd like to move more towards that headcount-based things. So something like this wouldn't impact the tax levy. It would be a flat rate based on the headcount and the costs and the overhead to be allocated here. But our current methodology does it based on budget dollar amount. So changing the building department's budget, you're also changing the tax levy, but that's the current process.
One more question, if I may. If we were to reduce this budget and end up spending that money, it's still coming out of reserve from your department, sorry. Developmental Services Department.
It would specifically, if we still had to spend that money and we went over for legal fees, we would be spending it out of the building division, specifically reserve.
Did we get that motion? I've lost track.
There wasn't a
There was
motion
a
on the
motion.
table, but I think there was discussion.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll move for 25,000 instead of 40.
There's a seconder. I don't see it.
Mr. Burgess, what's the right number?
Through you, Mayor Shantz, as Director Freeze has mentioned, and we've looked at, there is a lot that is basically guaranteed, but there is some that if we handle delicately, we might be able to get away with. And council may have different opinions on some of those, but I don't know, I would be open to like a 10% or a 10,000 in decrease.
30. It's 40, isn't it?
It's 50, so 40.
Oh, 40, okay.
Motion is then that the development services legal budget be 40,000. Is there a seconder for that? Councilor Burgess, is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's defeated. Okay. So, Councillor
On the
Schwab.
action item list, we had the hot mix resurfacing debt, asking staff to see how we could clean that off the books.
Can you say a little more? I'm trying to catch up to you. Number 4 under budget discussion number 1.
Yes.
Hot mix resurfacing debt. Director Poupey to work with Director Lynn to look into paying off this debenture and allocating it to an appropriate reserve fund.
I can start through you, Mayor Shantz. I feel this is more of a housekeeping type of item. It won't necessarily have an impact on the tax rate, but I would generally support the recommendation or the motion here. So again, just to be clear, it's not an external debenture. It's more of an internal allocation we have of funds where we've taken it. We haven't identified a funding source, but we know we've borrowed this money somewhere. And every year we're slowly paying it back through the operating budget. The way I would recommend doing this is the current balance, and it's something around 330,000. I'd have to just double check, but it's in that neighborhood. We would just offset that currently against the infrastructure reserve, which just identifies a funding source. But then the operating budget, what we're calling a repayment, we would just do that, putting it back into that infrastructure reserve for the next, I believe it was 4 years remaining on this term. I'd have to again double check. But what I would recommend if we go this route is not actually stop after the 4 years, which we would with the internal borrowing, but just continue. We wouldn't see any tax rate impact, but leave it in the budget as a transfer to reserve just to keep building that reserve, because essentially we've borrowed from that reserve and pay it back and continue to build that reserve.
Councillor Bryant.
Thank you. Through you to Director Lynn, is there any cost to this whole project? Like, is it interest charges or anything occurring, or strictly just transferring from one to another? Like, is there a cost at all to us?
So through you, Mayor Shantz, I'd have to double check, and Richard may know just off the top of his head whether we're actually charging interest on this, but there isn't an interest cost. So it's not an an external cost, but we may have imputed an interest charge that we're essentially charging ourselves for borrowing from ourselves.
this is
So
what I want.
essentially, this all goes back to, we're not saving interest by
Right.
doing this. We're just essentially just making sure we're not keeping track of it and saving the headache of.
Okay, I just want to clarify, because if it's costing us money, I totally agree, let's pay it off. But if it's not costing us anything and we're just transferring funds around, I don't see any benefit to paying it off. That's all I'm saying, is I just need to know if there's any costs associated with it.
And through you, Mayor Sean, there's no cost in that. There's no financial benefit from paying it off early because there's no one we're paying it to. We're paying it to ourselves. So whether we pay it to ourselves or stop paying it to ourselves, there's no difference. What it does help, it is basically a housekeeping cleanup item. We don't need to track this and report it, and we understand kind of it's accounted for probably more transparently.
So it was your question. Does that satisfy your answer?
That's a process, so I'd make a motion that we direct staff to do that.
Okay, if they need direction on that. Councillor Cadeau, all those in favor? Okay. Thank you. So where do we stand, Mr. Patrick? Through and tell us if we got back to zero yet.
So through you, Madam Mayor, so up on the screen right now, again, that's the decisions that council made today that had a levy impact. And if I've calculated that correctly, you've actually just reduced the levy by $37,483. All to be confirmed though, because there's a lot of rounding numbers in this. So we'll have to come back and get the actual numbers in some of these, especially from the two staffing positions that kind of got added back in, one because it was taken out inadvertently. So right now, I guess the decision from council that I heard is you're beyond where you are. So that means further to what Mr. Poupé said earlier before about reducing the capital expenditure from the levy, that's not really required. And really, because the biggest one you did was reduce the climate action transfer to that reserve fund by 100,000. That was really the big pickup that you guys did. So if it's still council's desire to keep the same tax rate increase, we would just be looking for direction from council of where to put that tax levy savings about 37,000 to which reserve fund.
So, Director Lane.
And just to then add, I'm keeping my own spreadsheet and it's not the official, once again, it's not the official record. Richard's keeping that, but I am trying to kind of see where we're at with the percentage increase. And I can kind of confirm, at least from what I'm seeing, that we're now below the 7.5, we're at the 8.3. We're below the 7.5 and it looks like we're somewhere around 7.43. But again, the caveat, Richard mentioned we need to go back and confirm that everything's in where we think it should be, but we're at 7.43, so we are below the 7.5 that we originally started probably 2 days ago.
So I think though that we haven't put any of the things that Director Poupé offered up in terms of moving that, and I'll note that Director MacArthur has offered up a number of pieces to get us to this point. And so I wonder if we want to do anything more on that or if we're happy to leave it. Councillor Burgess?
I'm okay to leave it for now and maybe come back a bit. There's still a few more things I want to bring up in the interim.
Do you want to take a break for 5 or 10 minutes and just stretch? And yeah, why don't we do that? We'll come back at 3:20 is a round number-ish. 5-ish? Well, I'm in your hands. How long do you want to go? What time? What time do you need to go? Yeah. Okay. We'll aim for 4:30 so we can try to make it 5. Okay. Thanks. So council, before we get back to the discussion, do you want to go through the rest of the outstanding additional budget items on the agenda, which would be the BIA, the ice user subsidy, and the building and bylaw department vehicles? And then we'll come back to other items, just to give us something different. So we'll start with the BIA and I'll turn it over to Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz. So a correction has been made to this memo that we had from Tuesday night. Very simply, the BIA is the Elmira, all the requests now relate to the Elmira BIA. There can be a reduction of $3,000 in weed control. The BIA is asking for a net increase of $4,000 for the Elmira Community Improvement Plan. And then the BIA is requesting a $13,000 net increase for greening and planting. And there was, just to note, there was a discussion at the last budget year that it's possible that amount could come out of climate greening. So just looking for if there's any direction. Right now, you can see what's in the draft budget in that memo. If there'd be any direction from council to do anything in terms of the BIA's request.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you
Councillor.
to Clerk Smith. I know that we've pushed back on the MAT tax for staff to come back with some recommendations. Would any of what you see here be eligible for that in your preliminary view?
I'm not sure if Mr. Brenneman wants to weigh in on that, but the items on this list had all been previously funded from either levy or greening, and they don't appear at my first glance to be MAT tax eligible.
What are we looking at?
Yeah, no,
No.
those aren't, those aren't visitor tourism related.
No is the answer. But the 13,000 could come from the green, from the climate reserve.
I would support that.
I would second that then.
Sorry, Ms. Shantz, what's I think that was a motion. What's the motion on the floor for $13,000 transfer to the Elmira BA for greening planting from the climate reserve?
From the climate reserve, yes.
All those in favor or discussion? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm a little bit concerned this is a sensitive one because we want to treat our BIAs proportionately. And we approve one grant now, thinking St. Jacobs will get a bunch of MAT tax money. What if it's 3 times higher? What if it's next to nothing? And we've built in inequality, which I guess fundamentally I can't support because they're both doing good works for our township. Trying to square that.
It's hard to square that peg because the BIAs operate differently, and even the tax that the businesses pay is different in each area. So I hear what you're saying, and I think we need to have some kind of way to make it fair, but Councillor Cadeau.
I appreciate the sentiment, really do. Based on the presentations we saw though, St. Jacobs BIA was asking for as much as $300,000 from the MAT tax, which they would be eligible for a lot of those things they're asking for. Elmira's asking for $17,000 and they're not eligible for the MAT tax. So it's really hard to play apples to apples comparisons here. Yeah, I don't know.
Any other discussion? Okay, the motion is for 13,000 for the Elmira BIA from the climate action. Yeah.
I'll also add to the motion and approve the $4,000 from the levy.
Okay.
And then
Yeah.
Mayor Shantz, is council also reducing the weed control budget? So the motion on the floor is $3,000 reduction to weed control, a $4,000 increase for the community improvement plan from the levy, and then $13,000 contribution for greening planting from the climate greening reserve. Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, ICE user subsidy, Ms. Malcolm or Ms. MacArthur, who wants to start?
Thank you through Madam Mayor to Council. So Marie had previously provided information on what the potential increases to ICE user rates would be if we went from the existing established rate of 2% up to 3% and or 4%. Council at the meeting on Tuesday night did ask for her to go back and look at if we reduce the subsidy from 33.5% to 30% and what that would look like. So I will pass over to Marie in a moment to show what that will be. The reduce in the subsidy has a couple of implications. So it would broaden the gap between affiliate prime and affiliate. And it would be more costly in the end to the township than a increase would be. I think that Marie, based on discussions and the user groups that are establishing budgets at this time, we would recommend that council consider staying at the 2%, but we are open to discussion, if council is wanting to see a little bit of an increase, is proposing to go up to 3%. I'll just let Marie speak to some of the specific numbers for council's benefit. Okay.
So for the difference between a subsidy from a 33.5 to a 30%, we're looking at a $9 increase per hour for that hourly rate for our prime ICE time affiliate. For that non-prime ICE time affiliate, we're looking at a $6 increase. So this is a substantial leap. If we are looking to reduce that subsidy rate for our affiliated users, or just looking at a percentage increase for our ICE users.
Can I ask also, do we provide percentage decreases for, say, soccer or ball? Like, is this across the board for our youth programs, or is it just ICE?
Through you, Madam Mayor to Council, there is a affiliate rate for ball. I believe ball and soccer are 30%.
That's correct, it's 30%.
Okay, Councillor Cadeau.
Thanks. That information is helpful. When you're saying a savings of $9 and $6 an hour, that's for reducing the subsidy. Do you have a projected annualized figure of what that would be to apply to a budget?
I'll start while Marie looks up the exact numbers, but I think that by reducing the subsidy from 33.5 to 30 is 32,000 annually. So for September to December, because our rates don't increase until the fall, it would be 16,000 for this year. And conversely, if you went from a 2 to 3% for that same 15-week block, we're looking at an increase in revenue of around $5,500. Based on, I mean, there are some minor number increases when you get into the affiliated rates, but that's the main driver would be an increase of $5,500.
Now, from not just an optics point of view, but from a philosophical point of view in terms of supporting our youth, I don't like the idea of reducing the subsidy. I understand where we're trying to go and what we're trying to do, but I'd be more inclined to increase the subsidy than decrease it, but that doesn't work in our budgeting thing. Councillor Bryant.
Thank you. Through you to Anne. Do you have a percentage of what our costs have gone up year over year? Like, are we looking at a 2-3% increase in operating costs, or?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would say it's definitely in excess of 2%, just well, you know what the water rates are and cost of living increases, et cetera, et cetera. But I will, in the original memo that went to council, the previous council, they did outline that that reduction did not take into account any of those year-over-year increases. So a couple of things just to add to that, that council consider is, you know, you may want to do increases this year, and if that's your decision, we'll certainly reach out to the groups to make that change. The other thing is to look at, the agreement does go for another 2 years. So we could look at, if you want to do a pause or a small increase this year, but give the groups notification that next year that that agreement would terminate and we're looking at higher rates in the future years. So we could say that, you know, the agreement would be in effect to the end of this year and then look at changes for the next 2 years.
Yeah, because I do think we need to look at cost recovery to a certain point, because then we just fall further and further behind the 8 ball every year if we're keeping them at a 30% subsidy and we're looking at our costs going up 2, 3, 4% every year. That gap just keeps widening. So we have to be very cognizant of our costs as well when we're factoring these programs into place.
But I think that comes into play with our base rate, not our subsidy. Councillor Schwint and then Cadeau.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I'd be opposed to changing the subsidy rate because net I'm also looking at it, and cities who have the higher subsidy rates also have higher ice per hour charges. So you look at the net charges to decrease our subsidy, all of a sudden we're pricing our ice out of line with the urban centers. So that's the struggle for me. I am curious if staff are in regular contact with our prime users, and like, do we have annual meetings, quarterly meetings, and have we had any conversations at all about rate increases?
Through you, Mayor Shawns. Yeah, so we have annual meetings with our affiliated ICE users to discuss about ICE allocation as well as the charges for the ICE use. Again, when it was pre-approved, they were provided that 4-year percentage increase. So they were well aware to prepare for their upcoming 4 years for the ICE use.
Councillor Cadeau.
Thanks. I was just wondering what the justification was for the subsidy of 33.5 when some of the other sports groups like soccer and baseball are at 30.
Through you, Mayor Shawns, as I recall, and Director MacArthur might be able to clarify. I believe it was actually at 35% before the next pre-approval of the ICE rates, and then it ended up being subsidized to 33.5. That was approval by council to reduce.
You're asking why we don't subsidize the other users similarly?
Beyond that, why isn't there consistency, I guess, is the question.
Through Madam Mayor, I don't have the answer for you, to be honest. I think that was in place prior to my arrival 9 years ago. So we could certainly try to get that information, but I don't have it today. Sorry.
I'm going to make a motion to reduce the subsidy to 30%.
Is there a seconder? Not seeing a seconder. Okay. Councillor Schwint.
This one pains me a little bit because I would like to see rates go up this coming fall, but I also know we have an agreement with the user groups that I don't want to go back on. So I guess I'd like to give staff direction to give notice now that starting in the fall of 2026, there needs to be a renegotiation. So they're not surprised. And that gives us a year to negotiate something that works for all parties.
Can I make just maybe a suggestion that we can give staff as you're meeting with the user groups that to maybe see what works for them if we do I don't know, 2 or 3% in the fall this year and 2 or 3% next year, or if we do like a much larger percentage next fall. Do you follow what I'm saying? Like, I didn't give you actual percentages because I'm not sure where council stands, but say we can increase it 2% this September and 2% next September, or we can increase it 4% or 5% next September as opposed to this.
I think that's good direction.
Yeah. Yeah. And then just come back to us and let us know. But that's assuming that council's okay with not having an increase for September. Okay, so what were you suggesting then? I'll put-
Continue the 2% conversations with user groups, saying that going forward after this year, we can't afford the current arrangement. We need conversations. So maybe they want to start
Okay.
the increases earlier,
So
as you mentioned.
So 2025 would be a 2% increase? Then- Okay, all right. So that's a motion. Seconded by Councillor Grant. Further discussion, Councillor Cadeau.
Just voicing my concern that it puts us further and further behind.
Councillor Burgess.
Through you, Mayor Shantz, I may be the outlier here, but I'm just hesitant to renege an agreement that council signed with the groups. I understand it's kind of putting us out here, and I think it was the previous council agreed to this, probably not knowing what was gonna come with COVID and everything else in our budget coming up, but hesitant to, renege on a deal that they've probably done projecting on already.
Councillor Schwint.
That is a tough one, but that's why I'm not ready to do it for next year. But the year after, they've got lots of time to get ready. We've got lots of time to get ready and try and find ways to do better.
Now I'm confused. You said you don't want to do it next year,
So to follow 2025,
right?
those rates will be the 2% increase as we've agreed to.
Okay,
So following year, we'd agreed another 2%. We may have to renege on that.
yes, understood. Okay, thank you. Councillor Cadeau. No. We do have a motion. Does everybody understand the motion? Can you?
What I have, and I stand to be corrected, but that the motion is to direct staff to give notice that ICE rates will increase in future years. Moved by Councillor Schwint, seconded by Councillor Grant.
Increase more than the 2% in the contract or in the-
Effective the 2026, September 2026 ice season. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little convoluted. Councillor Cadeau.
I guess I'm just concerned that if we hold pat at the 2% and then we look the year after to raise it 4% or 5% or 6%, the actual users are the ones that aren't going to be able to make that adjustment. Should it be more gradual at a 3% rather than a 6% all at once, so that people don't say, what happened?
That was Mayor Shantz's suggestion, I think, and I think we should have that dialogue now with the user groups.
Ms. MacArthur.
Thanks through, Madam Mayor. So I hear what everybody, council is saying. So if we're all in agreement that we're moving ahead with 2% for this year, I think that that's in the budget and that's what we're moving for. So why, if council wants to provide direction, we can meet with the group and, just talk about that. If you're open to 4% or you want to do something different and come back. We already have the 2% in the budget, so we're good for this year. And then we could maybe come back in 3 months to have a conversation with the group and report back.
Okay.
Don't think we've got a meeting in the minds on this one. And I think Councillor Cadeau is saying we should start the conversation sooner in case we want to at 2%. Maybe they'll agree to 3% this year. So let's have that conversation now, knowing that we can't force it.
I think we're of the same mind. I think, so what I think about, so the motion on the floor is that the budget will show 2%. Recreation will go back, talk to the user groups and say, look, right now the increase is 2% as per our agreement, but as of September 2026, it will be more than 2%. I don't know if we want to talk about what that might be. what that might look like, but
Could I just ask a clarifying question? When it comes to these user groups deciding their fees, are they deciding it and essentially like when someone pays for it, they're paying for this winter and then the end of this year's winter as well? So it's not like they're getting another influx of funds from signups in the fall for that. So that's,
it's a full season,
Okay.
like September to March. Is that, are we of the same mind? Kind of, sort of, except for Nathan. Okay. All those in favor of the motion, which is 2%, and talk to the groups about a more significant increase in 2026 and see if they'd prefer to have it split or all at once next year. Yes? All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Building and Bylaw Department vehicles. Ms. Freeze, Mr. Smith are available for questions. Does anyone want to start off with anything, or I'll give Ms. Freeze or Mr. Smith the floor first. Yeah, Dan.
Sure, so I can start, and we have our CBO here as well if he wants to add for the building vehicles. So as we explained before, that we are requesting 2 vehicles for this year. We have 4 building officials that are on the road the entire day right now. So 2 vehicles would give half of the building inspectors on the road a township vehicle. The other half would have to still use their own vehicle and collect mileage. And then we have another 2 building officials that are in the office doing plans review. So the idea behind the building vehicles, which was explained by our CBO at a previous meeting, is to for accountability, transparency, and visibility, employee retention and attraction, and most importantly, safety. Our ultimate goal would be to have vehicles for all 4 that are out on site all day long. Enforcement can be very unpredictable. Sometimes we know going in, because it's a building order, that it's going to be contentious and nobody wants to take their own vehicle. Other times we don't. Building officials have a responsibility to go out to every building permit application, do their inspection, identify any safety issues, any deficiencies, anything along that line. And so that also makes them not the most popular people to come around to a lot of sites a lot of the time, especially when they are identifying those deficiencies, and can be a little bit difficult for building officials taking their personal cars with their personal license plate, and also being in construction zones and having to cover their own insurance as well. So the CBO is here. He can speak to it as well, and he can give some examples of situations where maybe it's not the safest to have an individual's personal vehicle on site.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Yes, much of what Deanne said is true. There has been some instances and examples that I can speak to, but of a personal vehicle can be damaged on even a subdivision site. Sometimes we are in situations where we're making calls that are maybe disagreeable, and I've had situations where shingles have been thrown or whatever it may be. Now, obviously, this isn't something that always happens. It's a very rare situation, but what we're trying to do is mitigate any risk to personal vehicles. I've also want to note that this is a transition that does affect existing staff, right? And that's something that I want to be respectful to. So I did check with existing staff on is this something that they want? And I can speak to most of the staff do want these vehicles. They don't want to be taking their personal vehicles. I can appreciate the mileage has increased, but it's something that they are looking forward to, at least most of them. So I'm open to any other questions, but yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Smith, do you want to add anything before I go to questions?
Up to you if you'd like me to speak to the bylaw piece or if you'd like to talk about building first.
Let's do building then. Councillor Grant.
Thank you. Through you to the rest of council. I am in support of this these two purchases, the department has asked for vehicles for the past 2 years, which we have said no to. Just a couple points to make that I think the cost of vehicles is likely to increase, especially as we head into 2025 and into 2026. So delaying these purchases to next year could just be, we're back in this position looking at even a more costly vehicle to buy. I think there's some recruitment potential there for staff. I've had, just kind of speaking on issues with residents, I've had residents phone me back to complain that building hasn't been out to look at something, even though I know they have, and it's because, again, there's not that visibility of the vehicle out there. So again, I think from a number of avenues that this is something that we should probably support. So with that in mind, I would motion to support these two vehicles in the budget.
Okay, Councillor Cadeau, second. Further discussion, Councillor Burgess.
Through you, Mayor Shaw, just a point of clarity, given some situations we've seen, will these be stationed here, or will any staff be able to take them home and use them kind of for that purpose?
Ms. Reese?
So I can respond to that. So both vehicles would be placed in the township. They could either be at this admin building or at the Breslau Community Center for staff to pick up, depending on where they are. But no, none of the vehicles would ever go home. They would have to pick them up in the morning and drop them off after their day was done.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? All those in, sorry,
Sorry.
Councillor Grant.
There's no,
No, Councillor
close
Cadeau.
enough. There's no impact to the levy on these, right?
That's correct. Both vehicles would come out of the building reserve.
Okay, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz. Just going to say that the vehicle request form was included in Appendix 12 of your packages. I won't reiterate that, but I do want to add a few things. So the bylaw officers do work on the road, and it is a requirement to have safety lights when you are doing work on the road. So that's why we would have, a vehicle to have that safety feature. I didn't mention it in the memo, or sorry, in this form, but I will say that we have received complaints. I think the same thing that the building department was talking about, where people are writing tickets or doing enforcement from an unmarked vehicle. Now all of our bylaw enforcement officers do wear uniforms, but we have had those complaints. I'll add that the vehicles will never be driven home. They're always kept at the administration office. To reiterate, the purchase was fully funded was included in the development charges background study for purchase in 2024 or 2025, and so that is a fully funded piece. And then there was some discussion with council to look at a small oh my God, SUV. Thank you. And I did look, probably the smallest, lowest cost option we could find is $41,000 and $41,000 in 2024 dollars. What we're requesting is $45,000 for a small, compact hybrid pickup truck. So not sure what the 2025 rate would be, but it's very economical, and then would be significantly more useful for the picking up of junk and that kind of stuff. But would be happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Cadeau.
I think given the complexity of that role and some of the cases that they're seeing, it makes a heck of a lot of sense to have that marked vehicle, especially with the necessary safety lights. So I am in support of this, and I will motion to approve.
I have a question. Would all three would you go out together as a joint purchase for maybe getting a reduced rate, or do they need to be separate?
Through Mayor Shantz, we can look and we can have those conversations. We're looking at a small compact pickup truck, and I think Mr. Sharina was looking for small SUVs. But if they were interested in a pickup truck, there might be an option to joint purchase to save money. So we'd look into that.
Even pickup truck SUV, if you're going to the same dealer, you should be able to work something out.
Sure, the same dealer. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Burgess.
Through you, Mayor Shantz, just if you give us a little more background there, Director Smith, what have you been doing so far and how have you been getting away with it? Like you mentioned briefly, you've had complaints about staff going out in their personal vehicles, but like how often is that and how are you managing?
So through you, Mayor Shantz, in the winter, so first of all, in the winter, we have been borrowing vehicles from rec. We talked about that already. That isn't an option in the summer. For the summer months, what we've been doing, so this past year is officers have been using their own vehicles, and then we have received complaints about that. We looked at trying to get the purchase, since it was a 2024 or 2025 purchase that we had contemplated. We looked at trying to get the purchase in the 2024 budget. That wasn't possible, even though we saw the need. So previously, we've been using personal vehicles where we can. However, there are also times that officers are required to use the bylaw vehicle, and that's had an inefficiency for staff where we're trying to schedule, oh, I have to go to this property at this time, but then someone else has to go to this property at this time, and maybe someone's going to Breslau, but someone else is going to Floridale, so completely different directions. So it's been a challenge, and it has been an inefficiency for us. The other option that we have done is we'll have, say if two officers both have to do an inspection in Breslau, they'll both take the vehicle to Breslau. However, there's also an inefficiency there because now you've got someone waiting for the other person to finish their inspection before they can go to theirs. So this is based on, making the best use of staff time.
All those in favor? Not opposed? That's carried. All right. Back to where we were before our break. I know Councillor Burgess has some more things on his mind. So go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Shantz. I'm gonna do the unthinkable now and see if we can add some things to our budget. I guess to Director of RCS, one of the things I know I emailed you guys about this, talking about it last year. Some of our parks have water bottle filling stations, but I know one of the most common used parks, Bullwinder Park there, does not have one currently. Could we look at getting a reusable water bottle station put in that park for the residents to use it?
Through you, Mayor Shantz. So we were hoping to accommodate this in 2024, but had to redirect funds to do some water and sanitary work at the Upper Church Street washroom there. So unfortunately, weren't able to carry that out. It is something that we can look at through our minor capital budget for parks, and I think something we can probably accommodate in 2025. So yeah.
Do we need a dollar value on that to put in the budget, or how do you want to handle that?
We can probably accommodate it, I think, under the minor capital, just based on the dollar figure that's in there, and maybe just a shift or a deferral of something else small.
All right, thanks for that. Appreciated. Some other ideas I had here. I know I emailed you guys last week to kind of ponder them. The first one is, I know I've talked to a bunch of guys I play hockey with and with our kids, and they would appreciate a skate sharpener at the arena, so they don't have to travel to Canadian Tire or wherever. If they forgot to get their skate sharpened, that they'd be able to complete that at the arena. I know when I was a kid, we'd often go get our skates sharpened and enjoy watching them do that. Is there any possibility we could look at getting that at the WMC or St. Jacobs? I know it takes man hours and stuff, but the new skate sharpeners are pretty automated that it doesn't take a lot of time.
To you, Mayor Shantz. I don't really have a definitive answer. I mean, obviously this is going to require additional staff time, right? I'm not sure who would do it with facility staff flooding and taking care of the building and not being able to kind of be stationed at a skate sharpener. And then I'm not sure it's appropriate for customer service or any other staff, or truthfully where we would put it. So, I mean, it's something we can chat about internally, but I'm not sure that I can make any promises unless council directs us otherwise.
Thanks for that. I guess, yeah, if you want to look into it a bit or just ponder it. And if council's into it, they can comment more. But I guess the last one I'll throw out there, visiting the Listowel Arena and one or two others, I've noticed they have a nice little play area for the kids. So up by the track, they'll have, I don't know, it's maybe 15 by 30. They have boards and glass and little mini hockey nets in there. So the kids have a little mini hockey net while their brother's playing hockey or whatever's going on with their parents. The kids can all jump in there and have a little mini hockey game. And it's every time I've gone there, there's tons of kids enjoying it. It's really busy. And I think it's a neat little addition. I did do a little walk around the arena and we are tight for space, but just wanted to throw that out to you guys and kind of get your thoughts. Is there anywhere you could see it being put in, or again, the cost of it and whatnot?
Through you, Mayor Shantz. They've also just put one in as well too at the new arena in Wellesley too, which is pretty neat. That was the first one that I saw there. Obviously, they accounted for that space when they constructed the building, and I know that it's up by their track, and we don't really have track space in Snyder. I think that the WMC would be hard pressed to find somewhere we could put them because they are quite large. That being said, we were thinking about this last week, and there may be opportunity at St. Jacobs Arena if and when we redo the rink there and the boards, because it's the same board company that actually installs those. Kind of in the back, it'd be the south east corner of the rink, kind of back behind the existing stands there. So there may be opportunity there, and I think that could be a good fit and possible option. So we could come back to council with that as an option when we bring that project back forward.
Appreciate you looking into that and thinking about that. I think, yeah, it'd be a great thing that the residents would love.
Anything else from council? So we're at about $37,000. If we keep the 10% in total. I know you were hoping for more than that.
Couple ideas. I guess appreciate the fire conversation we've had and plan of training officer going forward. I fully support the direction that the fire department's proposing. I do think based on timing and getting things done, as we've seen in the township, takes time. I gotta think there's gonna be $50,000 savings just because of timing situations. I don't know if the CAO wants to comment on that, but I know there's a range there. It might be 20,000, might be 80,000, but I do think there's room for some savings on timing.
Through you, Madam Mayor, might need Dennis and Column's help with this, but I'm glad we're talking about this subject because at some point, figured that we'd need to know if there was support for advancing the training officer position, and if there is, the budget this year was built like it was the previous year, which is it has dollars included right now with respect to advancing the training officer position, as I understand it, and also still the current situation where there's a part-time individual. So at a bare minimum, if council was supportive of the training officer, I believe we could put on the table a minimum just by removal of the current part-time situation of $25,000. And I think Dennis could confirm that. And then I think I understand where Councillor Schwint is going with respect to I guess, playing with the timing of the onboarding of the staff. And just like everyone else has done previously, I'll just note that when we do that, however we delay the timing to achieve the 50 or maybe the 40,000, 25 plus 15, that would just mean, obviously we're not doing a full year accounting, and that would mean we would have to make that up in 2026, as long as everybody's eyes were wide open with respect to that. Appreciate your pushing the envelope and saying, could we find 50? I think that my only concern is that might delay the onboarding quite significantly. I'd feel more comfortable, to be honest, with 25 and 15, 40,000 total, but again, subject to, what the direction is. The direction is to find the 50, then we'll have to deal with that through the timing of the onboarding.
Councillor Cadeau.
I like where Councillor Schwint is going with this. I would support it. David, your direction there, I think, is probably more in line with what I could get behind, though. I'm a little trepidatious about the whole 50,000 and how that may delay it. So appreciate the 25 and 15. Yeah, I can support that. I'll motion.
Okay, any further discussion on that? All those in favor? Sorry, clarity? Yeah.
Mayor Shantz, I believe it was regarding the training officer position, and there were two elements to it. It was remove the part-time training support in the budget for $25,000 and delay onboarding of the full-time position for $15,000 for a total of $40,000 in savings.
Okay, all those in favor? That's carried. Okay.
The other one we've talked about was the accounting system. And do we need the two contracts out this year, one, and what effect that may have on the budget, recognizing like the capital budget, not the operating. But I guess I do believe that there will be delays, but I do want to move forward with it. I see an opportunity to save 75,000, but maybe, again, I'm optimistic, but that's okay.
Director Lynn.
Through you, Mayor Sean, says, as I kind of communicated earlier, it's not necessarily an in-year savings. There won't be any impact on the tax rate. It's funded through the capital program. The only thing, once again, I would just reiterate is it's going to take us some time to get up and running anyways. We wouldn't just hire the staffing positions if they weren't needed. We would probably delay the second position anyways. Again, the project manager would be at the front end to coordinate with the vendor. And by the time we need the staffing support, the back end pieces, it would probably be pretty delayed anyways. So I could support kind of the direction that Councillor Schwint is going with this. I would just caution maybe not to hamstring us if we don't have the budget available. If we are ready to move, say, in October or November, and we don't have the budget until 2026, I would hate to have to arbitrarily delay this. We wouldn't spend any money that we didn't have to do, and the draw on the reserve would only be what we would actually spend either way. So I don't know if this is necessarily save any money, but I would support kind of the direction that we'll only spend the money or onboard staff as needed for these roles.
Councillor Burgess.
For you, Mayor Shantz, just following up on the new position that you may or may not need this year come October. Because we may look at hiring the other full-time financial analyst person, is there any way council should wait and see how they can help out with this project before we really see if we have that need? And again, that can delay that new hiring again.
Through you, Mayor Shantz. So just to be clear on kind of where positions sit, the senior financial analyst is more of a senior type of position. It's doing a lot of very complex analytical work. And I think as council have seen over a number of budget presentations and different discussions, there's quite a bit of in-depth complex data analytics and financial analysis that's required across the organization. The support for the software system wouldn't be at that same level. What we're looking for more is kind of backfill support for existing staff. And it would be sometimes on the front end staff of like the billing and collections, the tax side, some of our payroll support, some of the account side. So it would be at a lower kind of level backfilling that. So it would be if we did go that route that Councillor Burgess is proposing, it would be much more senior staff than backfilling for more junior staff, because that's the people that are, and that's why we want to do that. Again, that's an option that is available to us. With more bodies, we have more capability to backfill and move things around. The only caution I would have for that is then maybe some of that analytical work that we would like to get done may have to be put on pause while they're backfilling for other roles. So a year or so, we wouldn't have that same capacity on the analytical side where they're jumping into the backfill side, but it's an option if council desires to do that.
Thanks for that response. Given some of the things we did hear about other programs we installed for such as water, I'm hesitant to not have the manpower to verify everything we're putting into the program and getting all set up. But I know in this table we got, there is a position here of revenue clerk that is vacant. Is that included in our budgeting that's filled, or is that kept separate?
Through you, Mayor Shantz, it is included in the budget. So it's vacant only because there's no person in that role right now. So I believe I explained earlier that we had a vacancy on the accounting side. So there's the senior accounting clerk. So one of those revenue clerks moved over to that senior accounting clerk position. So the position is still budgeted for, but we don't have the person currently in it. And we're going out very shortly for a recruitment, essentially just to replace that existing position.
Anyone else? Councillor Cadeau.
Since we're on the topic of positions, I'm absolutely convinced that the senior financial analyst and the operations supervisor are necessary this year. Hoping to have some brief discussion on these and see if I'm out on a limb here by myself.
Councillor Burgess, and then Councillor Grant. Go ahead.
Median standoff.
Yeah, I'll just chime in on the financial analyst one. Yeah, over the last few years, I think council has seen the finance department have a few challenging times, leaves and whatnot. So I think, yeah, we can justify it. And Nicole, our column, I appreciate the work you've been doing. And to quote a wise man, you've done a good job building the plane as you're flying it. But yeah, I do think we need some redundancy and backup in that department. I guess a question for you, if we do hire them, I would like to see better tracking, reporting of reserves, scrutinizing kind of each department's reporting that they do for budgeting, and for them kind of just to do that second overview, make sure everything's there that needs to be there. Also, I know you've started putting in measures to show our financial health, different equations. I'd like to see some more of those. And also, as you've mentioned, some long-term funding of capital. So to make sure when we have our 10-year forecast that we're actually seeing that we have funding options for that. But also on the flip side, not finding a solution by saying we're going to have a 50% tax increase next year. I think it'll be their job to.
Please don't.
It'll be their job to make sure it's, yeah, reasonable. And if we have to make cuts, that they can help staff find that. Yeah, is that something you could see them doing, or is that asking too much?
Through you, Mayor Shantz, to Councillor Burgess, everything you're saying is resonating with me. That's exactly the kinds of things that I propose for them to do. I believe what council wants is the same thing as what I want, is more clarity, more information, more analysis, just a better handle on our financial position. I would be having them do those kind of reserve analysis and keeping regular reporting, improving our regular financial reporting. Right now, for example, we don't do a Q4 report, so you don't really know where we end up on our deficit situation until our surplus deficit report. Sometimes that didn't come through until, I believe, September of this year. But maybe we could get some of you in February or March if we had more capacity. Improving all of the debt forecasting, the long-term capital planning, the cash flow analysis, investing, all of those kind of tasks that unfortunately we just don't have the time to do will definitely be part of the work plan for this position. And the only additional item I would say is like scrutinizing other departments' budgets. I don't like the scrutinizing term. I would say more kind of partnering partnering with other departments to perform some of this financial analysis. You saw, say, the fire truck analysis or the building analysis they did on the vehicles. They were done by primarily the fire chief and the chief building official. I'd love to have the capacity to lend that expertise to that group to perform better analysis, but across the corporation on some of those analysis. So they would be assisting departments with developing probably more accurate budgets, and then also have the second set of eyes. But completely on board with you, Councillor Burgess, with that.
Thanks for that. And just to follow up, yeah, I don't like hiring more staff without a strong justification for it, as I think a lot of residents, this is the one area they always like to see cuts, is don't keep hiring staff. But with this new position and the new financial software we're looking at getting, I hope we can create many efficiencies through automation and reporting, that possibly some of the other roles in the department might become unnecessary or redundant, or just that they may be repurposed better somewhere else. So if I can make a unique motion on this one, I would support the new role conditional on any attrition in the finance department has to come to council before they reapprove. So whether we want to see a cut, whether we want to see a revenue clerk turn into another analyst, or kind of review that once we have the software in place and the analysis in place.
I'm struggling a little bit between micromanaging and sort of setting a policy and a direction. So I'd be more inclined to say, you know, please pay attention to that. Sorry, I'm just sort of struggling where we're sort of crossing the line into micromanaging. But I appreciate what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to micromanage the department. It's just I don't see us having a lot of turnover. So I think the when something happens, I don't think it'll be too much asking of us. And last budget, we approved a revenue clerk to help with the water and wastewater. But with this new software, if we're now making that all automated, we've resolved some of the issues we've talked about today. Again, is that position going to be needed, or can it be better utilized somewhere else?
How about if we word it a little differently and say, can you come back to us once you've got the new software and tell us how it's working and how it's helping the department? You you don't like that? All right.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. My concern is, you know, and this is the debate I think we need to have, is where does governance start and stop, and where does management and operations start and stop? And I understand, Councillor Burgess, what you're looking to achieve, but I tend to agree with Mayor Shantz that I think there's another way to manage the expectation of council with respect to what you're looking to try and achieve, you know, which is with respect to the hiring of the senior financial analyst and the implementation of the accounting software, you know, that staff report back to council with respect on the opportunities with respect to efficiencies and any other opportunities to reorganize in a more efficient fashion. Certainly, you know, I'd use the floor to speak to the fact too as well that at some point, because it's been over 5 years now, we should be doing a full reorg and a full analysis of all the organization. That's something that's a best practice for most progressive modern municipalities, is to take a look at not just, you know, saying, okay, we're going to hire this position, so we want you to report back. This is something we should be doing globally across the organization, to look at opportunities to repurpose, refunction, and restructure as well.
Did you have a time frame in mind for that?
Not today, you know, to put out there.
Tomorrow.
We're getting cheeky then.
Yeah.
It it is something that, you know, in fairness, we're just discussing, you know, I want to discuss with senior management. It's not something we're looking to advance in 2025. You know, it's probably something, you know, to consider in 2026.
Director Lynn.
Through you, Mayor Shantz, just to speak to Councillor Burgess's kind of approach, we would be doing that pretty much anyways internally as staff without kind of that council direction. Like we always look at when we have attritions or when we have vacancies, what's the best use of those positions? For example, that senior accounting clerk, we've added more purchasing related duties because we saw that was a bit of a gap there. So rather than just fill it with a straight AP clerk, we called it a senior accounting clerk and added more additional responsibilities. And since coming on board, that's very much kind of a focus for me, looking at what do we need, and essentially as we get attrition, what's the best kind of fit for that. So that is something that I wouldn't need council direction to do. I would be doing that again internally as a kind of a staff kind of piece. The only item I would just mention about the financial software, I do feel that there's going to be efficiencies. I believe that we're not still optimized with some of our processes, and some of the business analysts will help with some of that. But I just remind council also that we're growing as a municipality as well. So we have roughly 7,000 utility accounts. If we grow to, for example, 10,000, what the financial software may do, not would be able to reduce staff, but maybe we don't need to add staff. For example, those 2 staff could be more efficient. Instead of handling 3,500 accounts each, they're handling 5,000 accounts each. But I wouldn't really say there's a real opportunity to decrease staff with the new software. If anything, we're going to need to just, it'll allow us to grow in a more efficient manner. I can't really see over the long term significant reductions in staff levels in my experience.
Will allow us to not hire more staff is what I think I hear you saying. Councillor Schwint.
Yeah, this is an interesting conversation because of that governance versus operational line, which, yep, I understand that's always a gray area that both sides push on. But I'm sympathetic to Councillor Burgess's, I guess, desire to have better monitoring of what's going on. We're spending $500,000 on a new accounting system. We know we've lacked some controls and outputs in the past. So I guess I'd frame it, I'd like to have some sort of checkpoint or update for council to know how we're doing. That's one way to get it. If you want to have another different way of doing it, but make sure it happens, I can be swayed.
I definitely think it would be in line to ask for a report on, you know, the implementation, how it's going, what you're seeing as opportunities and problems, or and so I'm not sure when that would happen, but at some point once it's implemented, I suppose. Call.
Through you, Mayor Shantz, I think that's a great idea. I'm thinking maybe regular milestone reporting on kind of the progress with the accounting software. It is a significant investment. I would expect council to want to know kind of where we are on the time frame, and I could give updates on kind of our progress to date, what we're doing and any efficiencies we found, and then towards the end of the project do kind of a project review to say these are the things that we've implemented, and even put an estimate on staff time savings that we found and efficiencies that we found through this implementation of the software, because it also helps us to justify some of the things that we've done and communicate some of those successes. So I'd be certainly willing to do that.
Okay. Councillor Burgess, was that a hand up or a sort of a throwing your hand up?
I'm just responding to Councillor Bryant there,
Oh,
but
okay.
I guess just to add my 2 cents is I agree with everything you're saying, and I do have a lot of faith in you guys. I just, from a resident's perspective, it's easier for staff to ask for another position and keep the other person, even if they don't fully need them, because they can help with other tasks. And just to give an example, don't think this is confidential at all, but like at the region, we're downloading all the planning stuff to us, but now they're keeping all their planners. So it's like, what's stopping our staff from doing that? I guess it's the same idea. Yes, we still need more staff, but of course, we keep the others, but that's all I'm gonna say. I stand by my motion, but I think I might be in the minority on this one.
Okay. All right. So you did make a motion? Is there a seconder? Is there further discussion?
I was also hoping to hear it again, Mayor Johnson. I believe the motion was to support the senior financial analyst subject to, and then I wrote two different things down. So subject to reviewing positions for attrition, or subject to staff providing milestone reporting for council on efficiencies and implementation. Is it more the former or the latter?
Yeah, so mine was the first one, just saying if there's any attrition that a discussion's had with council to see where the position, if there's a better use of staff time.
So it's support the senior financial analyst subject to reviewing positions for attrition. Maybe wordsmith a little bit.
And then there would still be an expectation of a report back anyway. I think that would just be a matter of good governance. All those in favor? Sorry. Opposed? Okay. So that would probably be included in that regular reporting back on to, you know, as it's implemented, how that's affecting staffing and if there's any attrition. Is that was your intent?
Yeah, just when there's someone retiring or moving on, that we just review the position before we're hired.
Okay. Councillor Kiddo.
Do you have something related to that discussion or? Well, I asked about the senior financial analyst and the operations supervisor. Considering the fact that nobody mentioned the operations supervisor, I'm going to make a motion to approve that.
That was what I was going to motion, so I will second that.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. What's left?
This is more a question for CAO Brenneman on page 108 in appendix 3. I really appreciated this table. Full-time employee changes 2013 to 2025 proposed. The observation I made when I separated this by council term was that, and we don't have data for 2011, so we don't have the full picture there, but in the term 2011 to 2014, we hired 5 staff. From 2015 to 2018, we hired net 1 staff, so I don't know what they were doing in that term of council, but that must have been a challenge. The next term of council, they started in 2019 hiring 2, 2020 they hired 2, 2021 they hired 5, 2022 they hired 9. Our term of council, we hired 2, we hired 3, looks like we're hiring 3. My question is, what are we going to expect in 2026, given 2022, the 4th year in the last council's term, saw 9 positions?
So the short answer is, I think council will recall, we did provide council with a staffing forecast. I don't have it in front of me right now. I can recirculate that. But the staffing forecast did, as per council's request of me, put together a 5-year staffing forecast. And it does show X number of positions. Again, I don't have the exact amount in front of me right now. But it does reflect, the fact that with the growth that we have and with the expectations, that we need to meet in terms of services and program delivery, there will be additions that will need to occur. Whether that is, for example, with respect to, building department planning, infrastructure services. But I think, since you brought up this question, I would also bring up a comment that Councillor Burgess made about, what he's seen at the region. And, I would say this, if we ever quantified and compared our size and scope compared to the region, the amount of staff that they have been able to bring on. I think what you would see is, and I would say that this is also something that employees that come from larger centers that actually come to work for Woolwich say, wow, I can't believe what you produce with the size of staff complement. You guys are burning on all cylinders, really producing exceptional work compared to the amount of staff that, say, the city of Cambridge, the city of Waterloo, or the city of Kitchener have. And again, I'm asking you to take my word for that, but I think other directors, even some directors that have come from larger centers like Cambridge can speak to that very same thing. So, I also would say this because, you've opened up the realities of what has existed. I would say that despite the anomalies that you see in the one particular year where there was a lot of roads, water, wastewater staff, it's been my experience over the last 18 years that every staff position comes under extreme scrutiny. Nothing, nothing compared to the ability, say, for a larger region to add. I don't know how many positions they added this year. But the fact remains is we are the government that is even closer to the people than the region. And there is an expectation to deliver on our services and programs. And as you grow, that just gets more and more and more. Anyways, back to the matter at hand. I'll recirculate the staffing forecast, but I think that told the tale is that it did outline that there will be future needs that are required. But again, like a forecast is, it will be subject on an annual basis to, as I said, over the last 18 years, some intense scrutiny on the justification for those positions and whether council feels that we have done suitable amount of work to justify the need and the onboarding of those positions.
Thank you. Through you to the rest of council, at the beginning of our discussion this afternoon, we had Director Poupé introduce 2 potential areas to cut to accommodate for the difference in the positions not being accurately reflected. So I'm kind of interested in just kind of finishing up our conversation today on those, on where we stand on this cut. So I believe there was the Georgian High Street reduced by $28,000 and then the maintenance paving reducing $100,000. I would move the 28,000 from Georgian High Street just into reserves. And then I'd be more interested to maybe have further discussion of our feelings on Sunset Drive.
Okay, do we need a motion on the 28,000 or are we in agreement on that? We're not in agreement or?
I believe the 28,000 was because there was work already been done, so it's just reflected.
Yeah.
That's correct. And it would just sit there. So even if you kept that 75,000 in, that piece is just going to roll over into the infrastructure reserve regardless. So it would just be, we could keep it as is, knowing full well that we'll have a contribution.
Yeah. So we're good with that? Yes. Okay. The 100,000 piece? Right. Did you want to just move that or do you want more discussion on that? Do you want more information?
Yeah, so this is a street that is in need of maintenance. If we were to delay this project, would we be doing like interim, like pothole fixing, anything like that? Or we would just kind of let it go as is? And I'm just kind of curious on what happens in the year if we do that cut.
No, it's a fair question. And through you, Mayor Shantz, to council. And the reason Sunset Drive is in the budget, we don't just sort of pick one. We look geographically and try to be efficient with where our tender projects are. So we are doing Peel Street. It's an R1. That is bang for your dollar. You want to be doing replace your top lift only at the right time. That does save money in the long haul. So that's an incredibly important project for us. That's keeping the good roads good. And Sunset is right there. So that's why it's there. So there's an efficiency. So we would be able to do Peel and Sunset in winter, but at the same time. if we pushed off Sunset, I can't guarantee that Sunset's going to show up next year because we may be in another area and it won't be as efficient. It's possible, but I can't guarantee that. So that's why it was in there. But again, it is a maintenance paving road. It's already reached its useful life. And it would just simply result in exactly what Councillor Grant had said, potentially more maintenance or whatever to maintain an acceptable riding surface of some form.
So what's the savings? What kind of savings do we get by doing it in conjunction with the peel?
Well, I guess you're going to get a bit of efficiencies. I can't say exactly what that dollar looks like, but you're able to at least package it up and contractor knows they're going to go mobilize. That's your expense there. They're paving more than one road. So you may see a better price in asphalt for that area. We always think that you're never going to get a better price than the year we're doing it, which is as soon as possible, we would say too. So there's always that risk, depends on what it is. So it's difficult. I can't say it's going to be exceptional savings, but there is something there and the geography makes sense. That's why it's in the budget. But again, I think I want to be clear is there's really a minimal impact as far as the overall system, right? It is a road that's exceeded its useful life, but there is some efficiencies with the locale.
Councillor Stowe.
Forgive me, I've never driven that road. Could you compare its state to, say, Barnswallow?
Yeah, I would say it's in better condition than Barnswell, but they're both now needs. Both are deteriorated beyond their useful life. Barnswallow is up against development right there. Sunset's on its own, so there's really no impact that way. Barnswallow sees far more vehicles, obviously, too. But again, I think what that is whatever we do now is throwaway unless we're completely reconstructing the road. So we know this, we appreciate what that is, and depends on how development rolls out there. It may be sooner. That's good. We probably hold on a little bit. If it's looking too far out, we're going to have to create an intervention of some form. But it does need a recon. It's been in our budget for a number of years, and the ultimate reconstruction of Barnswallow is it's around $5 million. So it's not cheap, and that's why it's kind of been hanging the way it is. I appreciate that condition, and the public certainly is well aware of Barnswallow. I heard it on the radio, as a matter of fact, today.
Yeah, sorry, just to follow up, I'm not suggesting that we need to do Barnswallow for other reasons that you've identified. But I drive that road every day. It's radio worthy, obviously, but I mean, you can still travel on it safely, so that's not a concern. And if that's the case, I will motion to remove it from the budget.
Councillor Bryant.
Thank you. Have we had any complaints from the residents about the condition of the road, or is everybody just sitting back and leaving it alone?
Through you, Mayor Shantz, to Councillor Bryant. So we do model our road network. So we are trying to select projects that make sense in that too. So we're not necessarily doing what's complaint driven. I mean, oftentimes people pick the worst road. People would complain more about Barnswell and would suggest that's the better value, right? So in this case, no, I can't say that I've heard complaints on Sunset, but in our programming, it is identified as a road. Peel Street's in R1. Again, I think that's the important part. Peel Street drives, then we look in that area, what makes sense. So we're not doing, an R1 here over in Winterburn, and then we're going to go drive the contractor way down to St. Jacobs and do that. I don't think that's efficient. I think you're going to get expensive contracts doing stuff like that. So we want to be a bit practical about all of this. So hence why if we're in a geographical area, we'll look in what makes sense in that area. Sunset makes sense to do this year, just because we're doing Peel Street.
Okay, makes sense to do. I get it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Nathan made a motion. Is there a seconder? Councillor Schwint. Further discussion? All those in favor? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, could I just ask for clarity?
Sure.
That's removing the Sunset Drive maintenance paving project for $100,000 from the capital budget? Thank you.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay. Evan.
Through you, Mayor Shantz, to the Director MacArthur. Just wondering if you could enlighten us with our current Parks and Loof policy, and is there a way that we can look at increasing that from development applications or just other building projects?
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor, to Council, it's a great question. So currently, we have parkland dedication, and that is through subdivision development and dedication through that. There is an opportunity under the Planning Act to collect for all parkland on all site plan applications or consent applications. We currently don't do that. So as part of the master plan that was endorsed by council, so we'll work with development services here to get that bylaw in place. I don't know what the timing is, probably Q2, and try to get start collecting as soon as possible. Deanne can add to that.
Yeah, I can speak to that as well. So in order to get that parkland bylaw in place, we are updating our official plan to reference that. And then we do have it in our work plan for 2025 to do an updated parkland dedication bylaw.
Do you see us generating some more money from this in this year? And is that accounted for in the budget? Or what do you kind of see this kind of getting for us?
Well, through you, Madam Mayor. So we are hoping that we'll be able to bring our official plan mid-2025 to council, and then we'll work on the parkland bylaw after that. So probably like third quarter, we would have it in place. That would only mean that developments that were after that would actually be contributing to the parkland reserve.
But we do require parkland.
We do,
in our
yes.
developments, and
Yes, we just have the ability to get additional parkland or additional cash in lieu. So we're going to have the parkland dedication bylaw so we can get more.
more than what we're requiring now.
Just to clarify, if I may, I'm understanding is currently we're doing it just for developers, but not for all plan applications. And now that's what we're looking at switching to generate more income.
Through you, Madam Mayor, so there's different types of calculations that you're allowed to do under the Planning Act. So we're going to look at the calculations and see if there's an opportunity to get more land that way. And then there's also an ability to get parkland dedication through other types of applications like site plan applications. So rather than just like plans of subdivision, so it would give us some more opportunities to get additional cash in lieu, not necessarily land, but cash in lieu.
Okay. Thank you. Are we ready to see where we're at? Director Lynn.
Through you, Mayor Shantz, before I turn it over to Richard, we just had a quick conversation and a piece of clarification on the fire reduction. So there was two pieces of that reduction. One was 15,000 related to the part-time firefighter training. So right now we have a part-time person doing it, and this would be removed with the
25 to remove the part-time, 15 to delay the timing of the hiring.
Thank you for that clarification. So 25 to remove the part-time wages and 15 for the delay of the hiring of the training officer. So a $40,000 total reduction. The actual reduction is only going to be the $25,000 reduction. The reason is the training officer was funded from a grant. And so the grant would then be offsetting the reduction in delay in hiring would also be offsetting delay in receiving the grant. So we can't receive more grant than we have funding for that position. So there's no savings of that 15,000 for that.
So just a question though, is that grants are always subject to if we get it. And so is it better to, I mean, is there a way to account for that other, or how would we handle, how could we handle that $15,000, recognizing we don't know today whether we're going to get that grant?
So just another point of clarification. So you may have wondered why there's two lines in the 2.5% list. One is the reduction of the fire training officer, and then the other is the removal of the grant. So right now, that fire training officer is in as no levy impact. So if we didn't receive the grant, is what CEO Brenneman's relating to, we would have to add approximately $90,000 into the budget because we would have to fully tax fund it instead of having it funded through a grant program.
Do we expect that grant will be forthcoming, or is that quite dependent on potential elections and everything else.
From what I understand, it is a reasonably assured, but I'll just defer to the fire chief for to answer that specific.
Madam Mayor, it's not guaranteed at all. If we put in for it, we could get it, if we could not as well. We don't know.
David?
So I guess I would go back to council then, and how, if anything, that changes, if any, your decision, with respect to, you know, the grants applied for. If we get it, we proceed with the position. With respect to the, you know, the hiring of the position is subject to the grant, or how do you want to handle this?
Councillor Bryant?
I would like to see the position subject to the grant. I think it's a lot of money to be playing with. If it's an unknown. I think we need to know if we'd be getting the grant or not before we move forward.
Councillor Cadeau?
Is there a deadline for the grant, for when we have to submit by? If we were to delay this, would we miss out on it?
Through Madam Mayor, the grant application time hasn't even been released yet. So we don't even, we can't even apply for it until we actually have a position solidified that we could pay for. From what I understand, we could go for our part-time wages getting covered because it's a position we have, but creating a new position, I'm not sure how that would work.
I'm of the opinion we need this position whether or not we get a grant, so it doesn't really change my mind on the position. I guess it just potentially changes my mind on the savings of the 15, which may or may not be savings for us. It would just be removed from the grant. So I would reconsider that portion of the previous decision we made, but not the position itself.
Councillor Burgess and then Councillor Schwint.
Just a point of clarification through you, Mayor Shantz, to the director column. If the 90,000 did get put back into our budget, are we still below the 10% with what we have in savings so far?
Through you, Mayor Shantz, I'll just do a really quick calculation. Richard definitely, once again, has the official record, but if I'm adding it in, so again, my quick math says we're at 7.12%. Richard, again, will correct me here. And we would be at 7.68% if we had to add $90,000 into the budget.
Do you agree, Richard? Pretty close.
So
Slightly over.
yeah, I was always under the impression that this grant was iffy. But I think if we approve it, we should try and get under that 7.5 still as a worst case scenario. And if I can just put Director Poupe on the spot, if I'm not mistaken, he had some other ideas he could bring up from before, or am I misreading that situation?
Through Mayor Shantz to Councillor Burgess, there was the intent was to fund obviously the air for the staffing request. That was what was on the table. We talked about the $28,000 from Georgian High Street, the $100,000 from Sunset, and then there were monies potentially if council wants to further nibble away at the operating and take monies off of gravel resurfacing. There could be monies to take off of maintenance. We have a maintenance paving line in the operating budget as well that would just deal with some of those pieces as they come up. Wouldn't be necessarily a capital planned work, but there's always something that sort of rears its head. It's a bit of a reactionary account, but there'd be, you know, you could probably get around $90,000 from roughly those two accounts. Just not sure what council's looking for as far as dollar amount, so that would be helpful to know.
Through you, Mayor Shantz, I think I know what you're looking for is how do we get back to the 7.5 if we have to add in 90,000? So it would be roughly, again, subject to validation, it would be roughly 28,000 that we would need to find. So it wouldn't be the full 90. If that's what Director Poupe was proposing, it would be 28,000. And once again, point of clarification, if we do get the grant, it would be just extra funding that we would have extra 90,000, for example, for that.
Councillor Schwint.
So on Councillor Cadeau's page, we've got to go ahead with that fair training position. But I will push back, Mr. Brenneman, that, okay, there's $10,000-15,000 wiggle room if funding doesn't come through. Find some savings throughout the year. That's not a huge number in a budget this size, and the expectation be that it's found. And then worst case scenario, I'm not opposed to taking 25,000 from the gravel budget to smooth things over.
Councillor Burgess?
Through you, Mayor Shawn, as point of clarification, we would have to find a number, would we not? We can't set a budget. That's what it is right now. So I think we have to say something. We can't just say find something later in the year. So if you want to just stick it at the gravel, then.
He's right.
He's right, but I don't want to put some pressure on the fire side of things. Like, there should be a way to figure that out.
David?
So, subject to either Colum or Richard feeling I'm offside, my experience over, many budget years in my lifetime has been that it is conceivable that council, to approve the budget, does say and set the expectation that senior management finds $25,000 somewhere across the organization throughout the course of the year. To me, it hasn't been unheard of. I've seen councils do that. It probably makes Colum and Richard nervous. But I would, I would be lying if I didn't say I've seen councils do that, which is to say, I'm supportive of this, but, the ask is that somewhere, where project comes in under budget or some things come in under budget, that the 25,000 happens. But I'll let Colum chime in, because I want him comfortable.
Through you, Mayor Shantz, just to add a little bit, it does make me a little bit uncomfortable. I'm more used to larger or like more defined kind of budgets rather than have in the back of my mind, oh, we also need to add in 25,000 at the end of the year. If anything, maybe put in like an amount to the operating contingency, for example, knowing that we would maybe have to draw from the operating contingency at year end if we are that 25,000, just having that understanding for the difference rather than just say not have something in the budget that knows that we have to find 25,000, because then if we're 100,000 short of the year, like is it 75 or is it 100,000 that we need to find?
So, I mean, what we're trying to do today is to sort of get to a final budget. I think two things. First, I think we should give support, if we're going to the training positions so that staff know where they're going with it. And then we can, if we're looking for $28,000 to sort of offset that, to make it 10%, can we just give it to staff that they're, because they'll come back, it'll come back on February 4th for our final approval, and let them figure out where they can find that instead of us trying to nickel and dime things. Richard?
To you, Madam Mayor, just maybe a point for council to consider, and I would also look to Director Bouppé to see if he supports that idea. I think this morning when we were talking about the position, we were mentioning the Sunset Hills Woods Council removed, and part of that right now in the draft budget, it's being funded by the Infrastructure Reserve Fund. But what we were talking about was shifting that funding source and sort of saying, well, let's shift that, what we would have been funding from the Infrastructure Reserve Fund, let's fund more of the hot mix resurfacing out of that and take $100,000 from the levy, so reduce that capital levy. So council may still do that, but only 28,000. And you're just reducing your capital levy by $28,000. And that would be, and it may be a little more palatable, hopefully, than for Jared's group to be able to say, then to take it away from the gravel resurfacing. Agreed.
Okay. So the training, I don't think we voted specifically on the fire training position. Can we did? We did?
Is there
Yes,
a motion or
Wha-
nodding? Yeah, that's.
okay.
Mayor Shantz, if it helps, the only thing I have on the fire training position is to remove the part-time training officer and then delay the onboarding, which I think is we're having the issue with. Currently, the fire training officer is in the budget. So if council doesn't have to make a motion to approve it,
As long as we don't remove it.
as long as you don't make a motion to remove it, it will stay there.
Okay, fair enough.
And just to add to Director Smith's comment there, the grant is also in the budget currently, so then there would be a motion then to remove the grant, which I believe was Councillor Burgess's discussion item.
But only if we're removing the position, right? The grant and the position stay. Correct?
They're connected,
Yeah.
essentially, yes. So the position's in there and the grant's in there. You could remove the grant
Oh, I see.
and then still have that, but it would be a net increase to the budget. And then what we were talking about subsequent to that was how do we then bring it back down if we did that, the 28,000, adding 90 and then taking out 28 essentially to get back to the 77.5.
So somebody help me understand the best way to proceed with this then. Do we leave them both as is? Yeah, okay. Eric, I'm sorry. I tried. So where are we?
Yeah, because we need to
Richard.
understand where we're at, so we
Yeah.
know what to bring back on the floor.
So again, on the intermission discussion while Richard's pulling it up. So just to be clear, that 28,000 was only on the floor for discussion because Councillor Burgess was asking, what if we don't get the fire training grant? So if we're including it in the budget, we have essentially an extra 90,000 in revenue, essentially to offset that. So we're below the 7.5, we're at 7.12 currently right now, roughly.
Okay, so it's if we don't get the grant, you have another source to go to make us whole, if you will, without,
Through you, Mayor Johnson, I know this is confusing, but the only reason we were talking about maybe coming back or leaving kind of an open discussion was because Councillor Burgess had asked about removing the grant, so we
Right.
would have to add $90,000
in.
into the budget. If we don't have to add 90,000 to the budget, there's nothing
There's-
to reduce to get back to the 7.5. We're actually below it right now.
Okay, so we're gonna, unless another counselor has something that they want to jump, we'll leave it with the grant and the training position at 90,000 and that work on the budget from there. And Richard, where are we then?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Director Lynn just nailed it. You're at 7.12 right now with the ins and outs of the council that made the decisions of today. So that would be, I think, roughly about that 61,000, I believe, is actually what council can decide what to do with. Yeah, 61,000 with, I guess, putting it into a reserve fund to get back up to the 7.5.
And does council have a specific reserve fund that they want to direct that to? Councillor Cadeau does.
Infrastructure reserve, please.
Director Lynn.
Through you, Mayor Sean, sorry to add to the confusion, but just again, for clarity, our tax rate is at 7.12, so there's not a requirement for council to add anything to a reserve. We could just keep it at 7.12 and leave that as the tax rate. What we're discussing here is potentially using any savings we found from the 7.5 to 7.12 and directing that to reserve. So there's two options.
Thank you. And there's the 2.5 is also going into the infrastructure reserve. And I noticed the working capital is quite low. And so,
No, the 2.5, 1.5 is infrastructure. 2.5, 1.5 is infrastructure, 1% is equipment reserve.
oh, sorry, yeah, we separated those out.
Through you, Mayor Sean. So that's what we included in the budget. I don't know if we need a motion or a direction for that equipment redirection from the infrastructure levy to the equipment piece. So maybe you want to discuss that item.
Counselor Grant got in before you, Eric.
My position would be maintain at 7.5 with the savings that we found today moving into the infrastructure reserve. So that would be what I would motion.
Seconded by Counselor Cadeau. Counselor Schwint.
I guess I'd like to see a summary where the reserve projections would be for the meeting on the 4th before we made a final decision on where to allocate it.
Can we get that on the 4th, the projected balances and I guess current balances and if we have a sort of preferred balance or a recommended range on them?
Through you, Mayor Shantz, you had me on the first part. The second part is something that's on my work plan. We're talking about reserve targets and recommended reserve balances, which will require substantial work, I would say months of work to look at kind of where the balances should be and kind of set that. I do have it on my work plan to take to council of here's what the reserve balances should be and here where we're falling short and get those approved. But I don't think, unfortunately, we could probably do that for the 4th.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Anything else? Are we good? Do we need to vote on anything else?
There is a motion on the
Besides
floor to
adjourn.
direct $61,000 in savings to the infrastructure reserve.
Ah,
I believe there's also a motion or potentially a suggestion to defer that until February 4th.
I would table it until February 4th.
Yeah. Okay, I see consensus on that, so I'll take that. Anything else we need to do tonight for Colm or Richard or David? Other directors? No? Okay, then I would say thank you for a good day of work. And I think, you know what, it seems like every budget I go through, whether it's here or at the region, and we go through it and we try to change it and make changes. We don't make a lot of substantial changes at the end, but I think what that means is we've had a good discussion. Staff have caught us up to where they're at, and that staff have done a good job of analysis through their work. So it's been a long day and it's been a long few months. So thank you to staff. Thank you to council. It's been a good process. February 4th, we will get a final budget and hopefully we can pass it. So a motion to adjourn, I think, is all that's left, correct? Motion to adjourn. Councillor Cadeau, Councillor Schwint, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. 5:02, I was close.